live streamed on YouTube, and I would ask that individuals who are speaking to an application today please use the microphones provided to ensure that all discussions can be heard clearly. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Section 4553 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must complete a decision request form. These forms are available in the hearing room today. Please ensure that you include your email address on the form because the TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. Once completed, please give the card to a staff member seated to my right. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, also known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, known as LPAT. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. To ensure a fair and timely hearing, I will vet the agenda to determine which applications can be dealt with immediately and which applications have individuals other than the applicant or agent who wish to address the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda and will ask for individuals to identify themselves. If there are people in interest, the matter will be held until all non-contested applications have been dealt with. If your item is held, we strongly encourage the applicant or agent to meet with the interested parties outside of the hearing room to discuss and/or resolve concerns or issues. If no person is present in interest, the item will be called in the order listed on the agenda for non-contested applications. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant will proceed with his or her presentation if required, and the committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please come forward to the podium, clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. If you have a written submission that you read from, please hand it to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer when you are done. The applicant or agent will proceed first, and he or she will make a presentation to the committee of the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain extensive revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if it's substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to a notice are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. If there are several speakers sharing the same view, please select a spokesperson to present the group's opinion. We want to hear your views, however, covering the same points is not required, nor will it advance your cause. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of discussion, and the application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Panel members and staff, are there any declarations of interest for this time slot? No. Okay. Are there any applicants or agents here who wish to withdraw their application? Any applicants or agents who would like to have a deferral of their application? Okay. I just want to ask that you bear with us. This is our first time using laptops, so we do get a little, I don't know, bogged down here and there. So, yeah, please be patient. And also want to remind applicants and agents who are here on a regular basis that we're going to need stuff electronically in advance. Moving forward, we do need you to submit it in advance. Okay, so I'm now going to vet the agenda. So the first item is item number 22, which is 10 Milton Road. Is there anyone in interest here for 10 Milton? Item number 23, 69 COLBECK Street. Anyone in interest? 193 Beatrice Street. Applicant, anyone in interest? Are you with the applicant? Okay. 227 Ava Road, item number 25. Anyone in interest? 26, 15 Whitaker Avenue. Anyone in interest? 27, 53 Glen Cedar Road. Anyone in interest? Item 28, 4 Chiltern Hill Road. Anyone in interest? Item number 29, 99 Blue Jays Way. Anyone in interest? Item 30, 772 O'Connor Drive. Anyone in interest? Item 31, 982 Dundas Street West. 982 Dundas West? Where? Oh, I didn't see you, sorry. Anyone in interest? Well, this is a first. There's no holds in this time slot. Okay, so we're going to start with number 10 Milton Road. Panel members, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and we have correspondence in opposition from number 4 Milton Road. Okay, can we have your name, please? Address.
My name is Trevor Gain. I'm the applicant and agent here on behalf of the owners.
Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation? Can we go straight to questions? Okay, question? Anybody?
I was actually opposition letter. Got it here.
May I respond to that, or is that?
The point that was raised is the absence of soft landscaping, which is an increasingly serious problem in the city. So I was wondering if you could how you're addressing percolation, allowing enough soft.
We're actually increasing the soft landscaping. So I think the query from number 4, and that's why I put up the site plan behind you. The existing, this is an area in transition. So when we originally started this proposal, the properties on each side of us were just bungalows. And since then, as of today, there's a new house at number 12 that's under construction. There's a rear addition at number 8 that's constructed. I have photographs, and I didn't realize you guys went to laptops, so I can send you the photographs if you want to look at them. But essentially her question was is that this is a typical situation in East York where the driveway is between the two houses and there's a right-of-way, like 3-foot right-of-way plus the additional 4 feet for a 7-foot driveway that heads to the backyard. So I think her question was that we're showing soft landscaping on that 3-foot strip. Basically paving over that section of the right-of-way, and we did that because the new house now has an integral garage, which means they don't have a driveway at the back. They don't need that vehicular access over that right-of-way. So I think she was just confused on that, and then...
Is the right-of-way being landscaped on the other property?
I can't speak to them because I think on the number, I guess it would be 16, that's still a bungalow, and they still have the driveway going to the backyard. I think there's a street photo. Maybe I'll just put it on the overhead. Actually, in her photos that she sent, it's quite clear. You'll see that the bungalow next door, number 14, is still there. But essentially, we have no soft landscaping variance. We just have the 2, floor space index and height. So I did send her an email last night when I read her response. She responded again late last night, and she's still talking about something. Just think she's a little confused on what we're doing and why we're doing it. But I did mention to her that the paved right-of-way on our property, number 10, is no longer required because the driveway at number 12 is further north. That's correct. And then that's the driveway. So then we also have, see where I have the 6-foot? This will all be soft landscaping in there as well. Front yard in your typical soft landscaping. Where at the bottom 6-foot dimension, that was the original driveway of the original bungalow, and the driveway led to the backyard. So that'll all be torn up, replaced with soft.
So you're actually increasing.
Correct. And that's what I tried to reiterate to her, but I think she, I don't really know, to tell you the truth, because she mentioned she understood about the houses and the driveways, but she was still saying, how's number 12 going to get to his garage in the back, which is no longer there because he has the new house has an integral garage at the front wall.
House that's under construction. One further house, they've all got substantial landscape yards, driveways. In the integral garage versions, the one that's constructed and the ones under construction are substantially reducing the amount of green space in front of the house. Yours is as well, in terms of the amount of green space actually in front of the house.
Potentially, but really the driveway is the driveway. So whether it's at the property line going through and whether it comes over,
Yep.
but we have no variance.
All right. Any other questions, panel members? Okay, take it into committee. Any comments or a motion or?
Pardon me, sorry? No, the basement, originally, the intent was to make a 2-unit dwelling here, and under the new regulations about the relaxation of the additional dwelling units, that can become as part of a brand-new house, but the development charge bylaw has not been updated, so this would still be subject to about $60,000 in development charges if we added the basement apartment. So the owners didn't want to deal with that, so we took that all out, so it's the whole house is integral to single-family dwelling. There's no second suite. So the side entrance is really just a mudroom. It allows access from the side yard into the garage and then down to the basement. And then eventually, if the owners do decide to go for a permit to make a second suite, everything's in place and we can proceed with that in 5 years' time.
And just in terms of the height, I mean, I know there's a mix. It looks like most of from what I recall, and it looks like most of the houses are bungalows. There are some two-story houses. How will the height of this house compare to the two-story house? And I guess the bungalow on the other side is being redeveloped right now, so they're going to all be in similar. Yours is a flat roof.
Right. So the height variance we're asking for is 8.3 meters. Actually, the overall massing is at 8. In the front elevation, we just have one little corner that's pulled up the 0.3 meters, which is just for curb appeal. So the majority of it it's only 0.8, but I have the photographs here.
Okay.
That photograph number 12, this is right around the corner. So here's a situation where we have a flat roof house that's around 8 meters mark, and then we have the other house on the right, which is a pitched roof, which is probably at the 8.5 meter, which is the allowable height. So, I think everything's in keeping, and I don't see we're not excessively high. And part of this whole process that we worked with planning to get it down to these 2 variances, and ultimately it was successful. No planning rationale, no report. We think everything is minor.
Okay, I just wanted to see how that would fit in with what's currently there, especially the adjacent neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
That you're telling me the number 12 photo, one of them, the peak roof is at the height that bylaw allows.
Right.
And the other one is around the height that your proposal will be, even though it needs a variance because it's a flat roof.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay.
Do you have any other comments or no? So I'm prepared to bring a motion forward for approval. It, to me, fits in with what is going on. My only concern was with the height, given it's a flat roof structure, but I'm satisfied with what you've told me in terms of that it will fit in with the heights of other 2-story houses in the area, despite the flat roof. So my motion is for approval of the variances without any condition.
Okay, motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Mr. Chang. All in favor? The application is approved.
Thank you.
Item number 23, 69 COLBECK Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have email correspondence from the assistant planner, community planning. We have correspondence in opposition from number 67 COLBECK and 348 Beresford Avenue.
Okay.
Hi, can we have your name, please?
My name is Donald Lem. I'm one of the owners,
And Lisa Mooney.
the other owner.
Okay.
So,
Panel members, do you need a presentation or do you want to go to questions? Go to questions.
We have, excuse me, we have 2 letters of opposition. And in them, they tend to indicate there's no discussion. Letters. Normally, there's some kind of what has happened. Right?
we have, we've been, so I don't know if we got to every single neighbor. We live currently about a block away from this house. We're there, we've probably contacted, because we were cleaning up all the snow, all the leaves. We've contacted the ladies across the street. We can give you the names of the people we've talked to. Everybody we've talked to, described what our intent is for this property, how we intended to fix it up and what we're going to do. We've not had, nobody has come forward actually to say, hey, you know, I'm in opposition. So it's a little bit of a surprise actually for us.
We have 2. And what I'm referring to is in one by flat, Kevin COLBECK. Said today the owners of the property have not reached to us for the property, the ongoing construction, violation of the zoning codes and the variances. There apparently are violations of the zoning codes already. One letter, and in the other letter, stop.
Yeah. So it start. Yeah, understood. So everything has stopped. We thought it was pretty straightforward what we were doing, and so when we understood that there was an issue, we stopped. It's been shut down since for quite several months now.
Can I just follow up? Did you get a building permit and you just didn't follow it, or did you not have a building permit?
We've had several building permits put in.
Okay.
The basement one was always complete. The second one was in, and we did make an error. We started some of the work ahead of time and stopped as soon as the inspector said, hey, you guys can't go any further.
It's currently stopped.
Yeah, and we haven't done anything since. Yeah.
Subject to getting these approvals? Variances, or?
We haven't got any, yeah. Depending on what happens now, we will continue if we could. And, like, I don't...
Sorry, just want to clear on that. You mean you have a permit for the basement unit, but you don't have the permit for the one above ground? You have 2 separate permits in one single house.
That is correct.
You want the basement first, and then you want a second one, and then you just continue with the construction for the whole building. You got stopped. Very likely, what is your permit status now? Holding a zoning or holding a building?
It's waiting on this zoning.
So
I need
you
you to speak into the.
Sorry, it's waiting for this.
So that means they haven't looked at your building. If your zoning is not clear, they're not going to look at your building. I see. Now you're here at the minor area.
That's right.
I see.
And-
on your site, you have 3 parking pads. Are also referenced in the objection.
Yes.
What is the remainder of your yard? It isn't entire backyard paved.
So the backyard we wanted to make into 3 different allow for 3 different parking spots in our backyard.
How do you get to those parking spaces?
So there's a ramp there. There's so there used to be, where the deck is, there used to be a garage there. That garage was taken down,
Okay.
And so when the garage is taken down, so there was always like a big double-sided ramp that you can drive up in and then into the backyard. Previous owners used to use the backyard for parking their car, parking their truck, that type of thing. So
And
it's,
the space around, according to this drawing, the whole backyard's paved.
so there will be,
Your drawing, though.
yeah. So we, the plan is to put enough spot in so that 3 cars can fit in. We do want to put landscaping in so that we can, trees, shrubs, whatever we need to do, so that it kind of covers the area in a little bit.
The entrance off of the street. That's a large curve.
Yeah, that's what we're, yeah.
Is there any existing curb cut there or?
Not anymore. There used to be, there was always like dirt car paths, like gravel car path, parking back there, and it had a full driveway there. We still want to make it a little more permanent type of thing, whether we use patio stones or something else versus the dirt.
Was it the width, one parking space, or was it the?
Oh, no. So it was the width of, in front of the garage, there was a parking spot, and beside the garage, there was another parking spot. So what we want to do is we want to be able to put 2 more spots in there.
So is it a single curb cut then? Like this, the width of the curb cut, is it single spot width to get up on?
Yeah, single car width to get in, and then 1, 2, 3.
I'm looking at the Google map, the curb cut is not aligned with any of your parking. Curb cut is aligned with a garage that has been demolished.
The curb
Am I
cut will
right?
be aligned with the former garage.
That's right.
So that means the location of your free parkings have no curb cut at all. The curb cut is facing your deck, right?
So you would have to drive in front of the garage and in. Another proposal, I guess what we could do in the future is we can ask for
No
a
curb cut.
cutaway to be put in. There is no parking on that side of the street, so if we do put in a ramp that we can get in, we would go for that, and I think we
You
could
have
do
no
that.
comment from planning, from transportation? No, that is very strange, because this free parking has no access. Site plan or survey or the site photos. There's no way you can drive along the pedestrian sidewalk and make a right turn. Right?
Just for, but we need a more, and doesn't back to Frankie's yard. Would actually be an important land because it's
Okay. So I hear what you're saying, and if I need to go to get approval to put in a ramp so that the other people can get in there easier, when we walk it, it looks like I can drive in. The plan was that I could drive up my ramp and into those parking spots.
Not really a ramp, it's a curb cut that you have to take away the pedestrian sidewalk in order to access free parking.
Okay.
You do the parking legally 2.63 meters wide of line plus your existing curb. You're going to have a 12-meter sidewalk curb cut. Looks like the reason for the free parkings is because you have 3 separate units.
That's right. We want to do.
We need 1 parking, and in order not having a parking variance, you drop down 3 parkings in it.
Is it 3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not trying to pick on you, but your parking is related to the GFA you're asking for and the units you're asking. It's all related. I think it's a very major change. The implication of the numbers you're asking for.
it's the way it's
So there's a main unit and 2 secondary units. A main unit and 2 secondary units.
There's 2 residential units, but I noticed 3 kitchens, so.
Yeah.
And any reason why that reads 2? It had a zoning.
Because the one
The
is
purpose.
Also, maybe it's just my
So that should have been, but if the information wasn't on the zoning review, then they wouldn't have reviewed it.
Was this site plan submitted at your building permit?
Yes, it was.
It was not stamped, it's just, yeah,
It was submitted like this.
no, not to the COA, building department.
Yes, it was.
It was?
The application, but if it was a
So
site
if it's,
didn't have things, they would usually, I'm just going to look it up. They sometimes will put a note, cannot verify.
so if I need to
Based on
remove,
experience, the title block, you have the page layout is completely different than the rest of the pages. It doesn't look like belonging. I mean, like, this site plan has not, nobody would accept this site plan, city, guarantee you. Missing dimensions,
We don't
No.
require,
no labeling of software. He said he submitted it to the building department.
depends what you're submitting.
Probably what was next.
That's right, the next one
Yeah,
without the
which-
layout of the park.
Without the parking,
That's more like,
in which case it wouldn't be a red.
exactly.
But anything that's missed would be flagged when they come back.
But the larger issue that all of this around for me is that I think the resolution parking in act in which the flanking charge is treated important.
so if the solution is to remove then a spot or something, or to have, like you say, access, then, we'll do that. Or, this is the parking part.
Then you have to revise the zoning notice. Right.
So what's that?
You have-
So,
And we cannot do it at this,
okay, so our plan, okay.
I would post, probably go back to the city, revise plan.
You'll forgive me, I just need some clarification. I'm getting back to the building permit again relative to you have a building permit that was appropriately issued for basement work.
Yeah.
And you followed on and applied for a building permit?
We did this in 2 stages. So we thought we would, because doing the basement would be the easiest part and would take some time. We did that, and then we applied for the second part later on as we were trying to figure out, what we kind of envisioned for what we were going to do here. So we applied for them, got the first permit first, and to do the basement. And then as we went along and designed the rest of the building, we applied for the second permit. And that's in the summer. And that's when we found out, okay, we have some variances here that we need to come to this committee for. And that's when, that's
You
what
don't
we
have
do.
the building permit, yeah, but you, I guess what I'm concerned about is a couple of the neighbors indicated that you proceeded with doing some of the work in the upper stories in advance of getting a building permit or getting these variances.
Yeah, we thought it was straightforward. It wasn't.
Dormer, you put dormers out? I mean, pretty basic. You shouldn't do that without a building.
Understood. And if you look at how far we got, we didn't, as soon as we said, we heard, okay, you know what, this is not good, you need a permit, we stopped. If you look at it, well, you can't, but if you look at it, we didn't get very far. We thought it was going to be a straightforward process.
But that's why you're here, because you were stopped.
Exactly.
You're here to try to legalize it.
I think
Members
what we
think
have-
needs to be done here.
I think what we have before us is an incomplete. Site plan that which doesn't show any parking at all.
Why are we assuming that?
Because
There's
there's so many,
This is the one, but this is what they've applied for.
It's got a zoning review, so
but you don't know that drawing went to
But-
zoning review.
But if they need additional variances,
they're
they'll have
coming
to.
back.
They will have to come back,
Do
so,
you think this is the one that?
I mean, for us to speculate on what they may or may not need is really
Because
not
there's
our fault.
No, I
So
wasn't going to do that. What I'm saying is I don't understand excuse me, I don't
on
think
that one, that's
you
the
understand
survey.
just yet how the parking is going to be accommodated, how the rear yard is going to be
Doesn't
treated,
show.
and how access to that parking will be provided. And I think that those are necessary.
Well,
If I may, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, if, let's say the committee approved what's before us and then building goes out, will this, the parking, will it be hot or not at that by then?
You're not approving the plans, you're approving the variances that
Right,
they're
the
requesting. And
variances.
if you don't tie it to plans, then whatever they construct will have to comply
And
with your decision and with other, what other zoning bylaw requirements
what
are
about putting a
applied.
condition that, I don't know, transportation needs, no. So we're only dealing with the variances, so we can't reference transportation at all because there's, correct?
Not asking for any zoning or any parking variances. There's no rear yard landscaping requirement identified, but then again, that's based on whatever was provided to the zoning examiner at that time. And the variances that you would be approving would be the written ones. You don't approve plans unless, and even when you attach plans to a decision, you're not approving those plans, you're just saying that you'd like those variances that you granted to be constructed in accordance with those.
Why does this not say 3 units?
Because, two
Basement's not considered a unit?
residential.
3 kitchens, 1 kitchen per.
Usually they refer to second suite.
I have one other question, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Given the fact there's 2 site plans, do tie it to one? No? Nothing? All right, well, I'm in panel members, but almost 20 minutes. Are there any further questions? If not, we'll take it into committee. Okay. Any discussion? The variance, were the variances, that's it.
But I think of the variances when we have before us, we don't have a resolution of parking, don't have a resolution of. Thank you. Inclined to agree with. Because I think it, in its current state, it helps to understand. Parking.
No
Look
parking
on the
on the
second,
first
the
one.
second site plan.
Well, there's
No,
even-
the backyard's all green space. To believe.
There's
So
the
there's
one
all-
before the map,
So
I
there's all
think.
3.
But there's another one. If you go
There's
before
even
the
aluminum
survey.
shed.
Approval to- If you want to approve, can you tie approval to a particular? No, you can't do that?
And we just don't know.
I was going to ask, you tie it to the assumption that there is no
Yeah,
parking
you're right.
provided on the site.
No,
Which
the,
is,
Then you'd need a variance for no parking.
both surveys have. Back one more.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. Okay. Does one of you want to make a motion then?
but it's so, and it, like I said, the variances is highly related to GF parking. Even though I help you to redo the site plan, it's not out. Well, that has to be examined. So this stage, put a motion to refuse it.
Using all the variances or just the one in relation to parking?
There is no
no
parking.
There's no parking.
Oh, pardon me. Pardon
What I'm
me.
trying, well, that's why the logic is
I get you.
the GFA, the size of it generates the,
Right.
that's what the parking, like if they can modify that number of parking, they don't want to put the parking variance to part of the park for that.
He's saying that variances,
Yeah.
well, but his,
Zoning examiner.
Well, in any case, we have a motion on the floor to refuse, moved by Mr. Cheng. Is there a seconder? Okay, all in favor? So that fails. I need another motion.
I don't feel comfortable delving into the parking as closely as that, just given that it went for a zoning review. If there is a parking issue, it's going to be triggered again. My only concern is it says 2 residential units. I don't know how to deal with that. It is 3. I'm not sure if we should, and I'm assuming when it went for a zoning review, they knew it was 3 units.
Building. I mean,
Okay.
go through them all right now.
No.
I couldn't even tell
Okay.
you what they're all
Okay.
for. Investigations. Building requests. The zoning review was based on an application for a small residential project. Sometimes the zoning reviews do not go as in-depth
But they
when you
would
apply for a zoning review.
They would have had the same material in front of them as in terms of.
No, this is true.
And so,
Need another motion.
If, for example, you were and make no, not at all.
Okay, we'll come out of committee for once, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So can we, let's just, for clarity's sake, how many units are you actually planning to have in
unit, then
1,
2 seconds.
2 apartments? That's 3.
Is there, yeah, we had one like similar last time, which had similar wording.
Right. Deal, but
I was told we can't put a condition related to parking because there's nothing here. I think you're referring to the. Right. But they also have to say, so they're going to tell them, even if they allow it, it can be. In any case, we need to move on, so I do need a motion. Yep, I've had one failed motion. the purpose? Same issue. I mean, we can add the secondary suites, but I'm just saying we had one very similar. I don't know. There are. If
That, but I'm
we,
just wondering.
we,
Well,
I need a
Chair,
motion.
I'll make a motion to
Okay.
approve, but just as a comment, you know, I know we can't tie a condition. The park gets transportation. But I guess, you know, there is a risk to the proponent that if we approve this, they come back and their application for another variance parking fails. Get a operation.
Number 4, including depth that allows him to limit using the space at the back, the maneuver of the cars, right? Number 4 is just propose that different
potential. But we don't know. We just have. Are you moving?
Yes, I'll move a motion.
I
to
think
sorry.
before you do,
Okay.
there is the option of deferring,
Well, I was
which is
gonna
not
suggest
something
that as
that
well.
generally at this point we like to do because it's already taken up this time and it's
Yep.
also removed a spot from somebody else.
Might actually be a better.
But the instruction would be that they provide a detailed site plan indicating parking and have a new zoning review prepared with their plans so that it's clearly identified. And if it comes back the same, it comes back the same. At least you've got that level of comfort when you're making your decision.
Okay, so that's another option that my colleagues would be willing to defer, and that would give you an opportunity to go back to staff. It'll be 3 months, up to 3 months to get back onto the agenda, but the faster you would do it, the faster it gets back on. And then I would also suggest get comments back from transportation regarding the park, the member. Anyway, if that's, do you want to do that instead?
I do know that you hadn't seen the letters of opposition from, so we also suggest in-depth conversation.
For you, just your application, all your application materials are online. So you need to be aware of what's in your file.
Okay, so I need a second.
I will second the motion for deferral.
Okay, so a motion to defer moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Valenti. All in favor?
With the condition of.
With recirculation fees, and please go get the staff materials so that we can make an informed decision there. And the site plan,
And it includes.
I think you got that? And any materials have to be submitted electronically in advance.
Give me a list.
You have to speak to staff. Okay. All right. So the next item number, sorry?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, I thought we did, sorry. All in favor? I think we did, yeah. Okay. Item number 24, 193 Beatrice Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. And if we could have your name, please?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Victor Rosa, representing the owners of the property for this proposal before you.
Okay. Panel members, do we need a presentation or can we go to questions? Okay, does anyone have any questions? No questions? All right. Going to committee then, and I need comments or a motion for both. No comment. No additional. No, nothing from. Okay, so we're in committee, or do you have a question?
Well, I'm noticing the FSI
Okay.
chart. You putting this up here just to show us that there's other FSIs.
I did have copies prepared, Madam Chair, but I wasn't aware that you were going paperless.
We are.
I can always submit it to you, but, so I put it on the screen.
Well, that's the best.
There's 2 pages, and this is sporadic pickings of the area. It's an area in transition that, as you've seen for many years. I put this before you to make you aware of adjacent streets and very close to this particular property, the FSI numbers that are have been approved in the past.
What's the radius you use?
I think
Sum it up quick.
I think it's 300 meters. I've only taken the 2 adjacent streets and a little bit further north and south of this property. This property is located just north of College Street.
Oh. Great.
Are either of the properties adjacent in this list?
Well, adjacent properties would have been 191 and 195, but nothing's been done there, but certainly further up the street, there has been some approvals granted already.
It looks like other third-floor additions in the vicinity.
Many other third-floor additions, including 3-story additions. That's where you get this FSI that you see. I have continued list, but I don't think it's necessary. There's another 10 properties.
No, this is
Great.
good. It's a good.
In addition, I think the way you've proposed was helpful in mitigating any, because, excuse me, you're not that much higher than the peak of the existing house. But what you do have is you have a slope and a dormer, so that the impression of the height is somewhat reduced.
Absolutely. That's what we wanted to accomplish, that from the streetscaping. On each side of this particular property, you do have existing 2.5 stories.
Okay, any other questions?
No.
Okay, let's take it into committee. Okay, go ahead.
I'm ready to bring a motion forward for approval. I'm satisfied that there's other areas or other properties in the vicinity that are of similar size. And I think this fits with what's going on in the neighborhood, so the motion's for approval.
Okay,
I'd second the motion. I also think that there have been steps taken to mitigate any height difference between this and the properties. And I think it's very successful.
a motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Mr. Niffel. All in favor? Okay, your application's approved.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Thank you, you too. The next item is item number 25, 227 Ava Road. Before us, a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a new plan of survey that we got today. Arborist report from Harbor Valley Urban Forest. We have a staff report from Forest support, 5 letters. Ava and opposition to 5 Ava Road. I need your name.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Joel Farber. I'm the solicitor for the applicant. And with me is Mr. Albarani, the architect.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions? Any presentation? Okay.
Speak to the variance about the side yard setback. You've got 0 from the west permit of 1.2. I did.
Sure. So the westerly side yard setback is actually Winnett Avenue. So that's the street line. The front yard would be Ava Road. So we're building to the street line on Winnett, and it's a very generous boulevard there. The east side yard is adjacent to 225 Ava. That's the letter of objection that you have. But the reality is that, and if we could just put up the survey, that the proposed setback of 1.2 is quite a bit larger than exists on 225 Ava's side. They have a point, I want to say it's 0.31 at the smallest. So they're built pretty much right up to the lot line, and our proposal is going to be offer significantly greater separation distance from the lot line.
Any further questions?
That I'm not sure.
Okay, we just need your name, please.
Yes, my name is Laith Al-Bahrani, the architect.
Okay.
Yes, the setback, yes, we did take it to the wall, actually. Yes, that's for zoning review.
Can you just repeat your name again, please?
Laith
Have it?
Al-Bahrani,
Okay.
the architect.
Got it. Thanks. Any other questions?
Just in terms of the first variance for lot frontage, is that because it's a duplex? Is that why the lot frontage is 12 meters? Otherwise, it would be smaller?
Otherwise, it would be the existing lot frontage. It's permitted as of right because of what it is. It's currently one dwelling unit.
Right.
So it's been identified as a variance.
Any further questions? No? Okay. Take it into committee, discussion, and a motion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I don't have it in here. It's just on my sheets.
It was submitted. It's on the website, yeah.
Yeah, from
Not that I'm going to give it to you right now, but
from 225.
well, I'm happy to address some of the things that.
225, right?
Right.
What?
Why don't
like
you?
very
Well,
form what the
Sure. I mean, the first objection is that it's proposed for a duplex when all the other lots are single family. In fact, that's not true. And in fact, the zoning is residential multiple. You're allowed a duplex. So, and in fact, there's numerous duplexes in the area, and I've got a list of precedents if you want to see that. But the reality is the zoning of this property, as the zoning of the neighbor property, is residential multiple. So it permits more than one unit. I mean, this property is near Eglinton Avenue. It's across the street from a school. It's got all the indicia of excellent place for intensification in any event. He talks about the trees, the parking, neither of which, of course, we agree to the forestry condition, the parking spaces. There's two proposed, there's two existing, and talks about the terrace as being, somehow making some impact about overlook. But the fact is the terrace is permitted as of right in any event. It's just the size of it. And the idea is there just to make improve the second floor apartment unit by giving them some outdoor amenity space.
Okay. Any other questions? Questions, guys?
I was just looking at the variance for the second story terrace, and I was looking to find it on the site plan. There it is. Not a deck off the second story per se, it's actually integral to the building.
All right.
Yeah, it's not shown on the site plan because you wouldn't have the plan for the second floor, I don't think.
Any other questions, panel members?
Chairman, if no one else.
Okay,
Bring forward a motion of approval.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2. I think this is a refreshingly interesting building. think it's an asset to the community and clearly meets.
Okay, motion to approve, including forestry 1 and 2. Do I have? Okay, moved by Mr. Nichols, seconded by Mr. King. All in favor? Your applications.
Thank you.
Item number 26, 15 Whitaker Avenue. For us, a copy of the plan of survey, site plan for preservation. We have five form letters in support. Residents, Whitaker. Number 17, adjacent, number 13. So both adjacent neighbors and those. Okay, need your name?
Hi, my name is Mike De Oliveira. I'm here representing 15 Whitaker Avenue from Replacement Design, located at 911 Davenport Road.
All right, panel members, do we need a presentation or go straight to questions? It's fairly. Oh, you.
Yes, hopefully you find this one just as good.
Yeah. 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 So, or do we have any questions?
I didn't comments. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm losing my voice, which you might. I wondered if you could comment on the height of the. My notes from looking at it in context, it seems to be the highest building, relative neighborhood or adjacent property. How the height of this.
Although we are slightly higher than those to either side of our building, we are in line with the zoning bylaws for the neighborhood. We purposely kept the height of our overall third floor addition within the overall main height and main wall heights. And we are in line with similar houses along the street.
Properties on the other side, 2 stories.
The property to the left is a 2-story. I believe the one to the right was a 1-story. Sorry, bringing it up here. Yes.
1 story and a 2 story, and then 3 story.
3-story, yes.
So you think it's an answer to the question, you think it's in the neighborhood?
Yes, and we have had meetings with Mei Wang from planning back in May and June, and she reviewed the entire application, looked at our floor areas, and was happy with what we had proposed.
Okay. Well, on that note, like I understand you don't have a height variance, but you do have a variance for FSI that is at 1.57. It seems a little bit high. Is that in keeping with the adjacent neighbors?
Yes,
I
actually,
think you're. I have a note that you're doubling. Are you doubling about this? Doubling the size of the house, basically. So.
the current FSI is 7.78, so 78%. We are in line with the neighborhood, though, because 3 doors down at 22 Whitaker, they actually got approval from committee for 2.02 FSI, and yeah, and we also have 26 Whitaker, which had 1.69. So it is in line with similar applications. And again, Mei Wang had looked at it, and she told us at that meeting that if that was the only concern, she was happy with the proposal. Sorry, if we were told. Yes. The front elevation. Oh, sorry, yes. Yes, we did that to kind of keep in line with the overall main height of the wall, and also kind of appeal to the look of this house from the street.
It's a townhouse.
It shares a party wall on the house to the left, and the house to the right, it's a 0 lot line wall. So from the street, it does look like it's connected, but is a separate wall, technically.
This particular house don't have the other variances that you do have on such a small property. Height. That's
Questions? You guys? Okay, so can we go into committee then and have an motion?
Part of the street, and there are buildings appear to be to what component.
I have a motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? Okay, so Ms. Valenti and Mr. Flores. Okay, the application's approved.
Thank you very much.
All right, item number Item number 27, Glen Cedar, 53 Glen Cedar Road. Have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, as well as a committee affecting the property. No reports. Could I have your name, please?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Guido Ronkin. I'm acting as agent. Address 4195 Dundas Street West.
Panel members, do you need a presentation? Do you have any questions?
I have some letters of support. They're paper, though. 6.
Okay, you can file them, but next time, please send them in electronically, because we will
I understand.
to a point where we cannot.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, also, like, for us to get this at night is like.
Yeah, I just got them this morning.
So,
Yeah.
okay, but I'll take them today, but
Okay.
please in the future, submit them a week before, maybe go out a little earlier to get them. $47 Cedar, 2 Warwick, 9 Glen Cedar. All in their form letters. Okay. Any questions? Oh, yeah. Anybody else have any questions or?
Thank you.
Okay.
Second the motion. That's it's a very nice addition.
Thank you.
All right, I have a motion to approve, moved by Mr. Cheng, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Your application's approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item number 28, 4 Chiltern Hill. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plans, and 7 form letters of support from residents of Ava Road and 2 so neighbors. Your name, please.
They're Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't need a presentation.
No.
All right. Yeah, this is really.
I will jump in and bring a motion forward on this one. This looks like, to me, something that's very minor in nature, in keeping with what is happening adjacent adjacent side. So my motion is for approval without any condition.
Okay, motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Mr. Peng. All in favor? Applications approved.
Thank you.
Item number 29, 99 Blue Jays Way. Okay, as you make your way up, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, plans and elevations, covering letter from my also previous by committee, as well as a big bylaw and a revised map. Staff report from community planning. On the direct help. Okay.
Hi there, I'm Mitch Gascoigne, representing the applicant at 99 Blue Jays Way. I want to just put, because there's two sets of plans, I'm just going to put the one that...
Okay.
that we're looking at, because there was a superseded plan, so just so everybody's on the same page.
I'm not sure we need a presentation. Let me just ask my... No, I think they'd rather go straight to questions.
Sure, can I just ask...
One thing you want to mention? Or?
Yeah, the city planning was going to submit a revised report this morning.
You got it, yes. It's the January 14th.
Oh, is there, so there was one posted on the website, and there's some conditions in there. I just wanted to make sure we're consistent with my conversations. Yeah. Yeah, it just changes the GFA. I think.
GFA has gone to 33,000 square meters.
Yep, everything's okay.
Or yeah, the 13th, sorry, but they received it yesterday.
Yep.
So.
Question. Explain to me how the residential parking that's located in the commercial parking lot, how does that actually function? You have to pay the residential visitor?
Yeah, so when you go, this happens, I work for Center Court Developments. We develop downtown, mostly in Toronto. The commercial lot would, so there would be a lot for visitors, but it would be a paid lot for visitors. So there would be a sign there that says you can park here if you're a visitor to the building, but then you'd have to buy a ticket and put that ticket on your dash so that you were, being, so you're paying for the time that you park there, just the same as any other commercial lot downtown.
Reserved for residential use. I understand that, but you pay.
Yep.
And it's supposedly for residential visitors. How do you preclude someone else from paying him?
By signage, one, and just the way that you design the space. The way that the space is designed to service the building itself. So you can get into the residential visitor elevator that you have to get buzzed in to go up to the lobby. If you were going to park there and not be visiting the building, you're not going to be able to easily get back to the street. The elevators are dressed. Are set up that you come in, you pay, you put your ticket in, and then you go to the parking elevator, you buzz security, they let you in, and they let you go upstairs. And then again, signage. You must be visiting somebody of 99 Blue Jay Way to park in this space.
You've seen the city staff report as of we, and
yep.
Requirements for Section 45 payment. And
yep.
Such. But I do want to just sort of circle back to, the original bylaw allowed for, I think, 43 stories, and you or your client was here a little while ago to get to 45.
Yep.
And now you're to 47.
Yeah, so
I wonder if you could
explain? Sure.
Just to run us through the rationale for all.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we went to, it was me, and I was here in June, and we went for a variance with the city's consent to increase the height of the building. At the last second, when that variance was going forward, planning realized that the plans and the setbacks that were on that variance were inconsistent with the bylaw because the original bylaw has fuzzy numbers in them. And I can put the bylaw original map at it. So what we decided to do in that original June committee hearing is to agree to a Section 45 payment based on a rate to approve the variances that I was seeking, but then to have to essentially come back here and clean up the height map in a way that planning is completely on side with. So this is the height map that's in front of you today. And this is the height map that's in that 2010 bylaw. So you can't really see what the setbacks are. And we worked with planning extensively to meet with them to make sure the setbacks and the height were acceptable. And in doing that, we decided to do a little bit of modification to that original height map, and we are adding another 1.5 meters to the height of the building.
Is this the last time you're going to come before?
I promise you, I like you guys, but I don't like coming up here. So I promise I'm not going to come back for anything to do with these variances.
We'll hold you to it.
Sure.
See you.
It was the tower itself. So if you look at this original height map, it has a building that's really a box the entire way down, and the top of the building has some adjustments, but the height map that we agreed to with planning adjusts the volume of the tower a little bit to the side. So this is something that planning wanted. And in the discussions with them, we accommodated these setbacks, and then we just had to adjust the height to make sure that the GFA was representative of what we thought the variance was achieving back in June. I wouldn't even, I've been squeezed by planning, but this is nothing more than just a slight adjustment. But this is not a squeeze. I've been squeezed. Exactly. What we were applying for in the summer, we're going forward and achieving now in a way that is okay with us and okay with planning. Absolutely. We've met with planning many times where, I'm used to working with them through this and other zoning and site plan processes. So made sure that we communicate with them the entire time. To what? Yeah. Yeah, and a nuance of this bylaw is there wasn't a cap of GFA in this bylaw. That's why that cap in the bylaw in the conditions that planning put forward is important to them. And it's so okay with me is that we're going to say this is a building that is that big and this is a Section 45 payment that you're going to pay, and we're okay. We're all happy with that.
Any other questions, panel members? Seeing none. Okay, let's take it into committee. Any discussion or motion? A condition that at the initial bylaw, you should catch all this stuff so you don't have to come here at all. That would be really good.
I'm with you. It was 2010.
Okay.
Are there conditions? Any further?
Yeah, the planning.
With, of course, the money. You're okay with that money? You want to throw a few extra bucks in?
I've been there. I got pinched. There's where I got pinched by planning.
It's the report that has the GFA not excluding or
yeah, it's
30. That's the second report, the 13th of January.
33,250 is the GFA. That should be in there. 645.
I'm showing 33,000 square meters is what I have.
That's not what we have.
It's what?
Okay, hang on. There, I did see another report. Hang on.
Yeah, I remember the $1. Yep.
I think it's in my zip.
Whatever.
Yeah, I saw it. I remember seeing
Yeah, I'm
it, but
just
it's
trying to-
not in the sup.
I don't have it electronically, but
So is that
Okay,
the
I
one
didn't realize.
dated
No,
the
it's okay,
14th?
thanks.
Is that the one dated January 14th?
Dated the 14th. It's dated the 14th.
Yeah,
This
that
it,
is what I had written down. Okay, okay. So it's the January 14th report.
right.
Okay, so
Yeah. We're going paperless.
Me too.
all right. So that's your motion
It is.
then, is to approve including the conditions in the 14th of January planning report?
correct.
So moved. Oh my God, I'm going dead now. Okay, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, the application's approved.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, the next item is item number 30, 772 O'Connor Drive. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. And Ravine is asking for condition number 1. And we have also a letter from TRCA. Hi, I need your name.
Hi, Barry Goldman. I'm the architect agent for this application.
Alrighty. Do we need a presentation? Okay. Any questions? No? All right.
Madam
You
Chairman,
okay?
if no one has any.
Just waiting for Valentine. Okay, all right. You looked very serious, so I wasn't okay. Okay, so are you ready for motion? Who wants? Okay. And for review condition number 1? Okay. So moved by Mr. Cheng, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. Okay, all in favor? Your application is approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Item number 31, 982 Dundas West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and we have no other correspondence. I need your name.
Chris Marchese, planner at Design Plan Services, 900 the East Mall, Suite 300.
Alrighty. I don't think we need a presentation. Anyone have any questions? Okay, let's take it into committee for a decision. I need a motion.
Move a motion.
Yeah,
This
go
is
ahead.
very straightforward, so it's just a change of use.
Yeah.
And
Okay, a
no
motion.
conditions, right?
No, none. Okay, motion to approve moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? Your application's approved.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is vet the 2:30 time slot, and then we'll take a break. Okay. The first item is item number 32, 1779 St. Clair Avenue West. Is the applicant here? Okay, anybody in interest for 1779 St. Clair West? Item number 33, 35 Heathdale Road. Anyone in interest for Heathdale? Okay, 501 Vesta Road are items 34 and 35. Anyone in interest for Vesta? Yes? Okay, so. Okay, so we'll try to deal with that first after we take a brief break. So I'll just finish vetting.
For you, Madam Chair, maybe they can,
Yeah.
you can go and talk in the hallway about the deferral request and the application with the opposition, see if there's.
You saw who it was that put up their hand, yeah? Okay, great. Item number 36, 508 Delaware Avenue North. All right, anyone in interest for Delaware? Item 37, 87 Rivercrest Road. Anyone in interest? Yes, at the back. Okay, can you also have a conversation with the applicant? Did you see who it was? Okay, great. Item 38, 871 St. Claren's Avenue. Anyone in interest for St. Claren's? Item 39, 81 GOUGH Avenue. Anyone in interest? Item 40, 146 Sumac Street. Anyone in interest? And item 41, 1492 Dundas Street West. Okay, anyone in interest? Yes. So if you can also have a conversation outside the room. Okay, we'll come back at 3 o'clock. We'll take a 10-minute break. Sorry. Okay, so the next item is item 32, 1779 St. Clair Avenue West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. I have a transportation consultant report from Stephanie Hardis, BA Group. Another one from the Weston Consulting. We have email correspondence from Traffic Planning and a staff report recommending conditions from Community Planning. And we just received a letter from Councillor Bilo. I assume you've seen it.
Yes, we have.
You are.
And we accept it.
Those conditions that she's.
We do accept, yes.
Okay. Can we have your name, please?
Jason DeLuca?
Okay. Panel members, do you need a presentation or can we go straight to questions? Okay, does anybody have any questions?
The conditions the councillor has requested, have you discussed those as well with the planning department?
I don't believe we explicitly had that discussion with the planning department, but we can certainly have that discussion. Okay.
Okay, do you have any other questions, panel members?
Yes, we can get into that. Yeah, so there was just two.
On two variants?
Yeah, just two, and I've discussed it with staff, these two clerical revisions.
I think on variance 8, you want a minimum and 11 maximum, is that right?
Yeah, so let me just pull this out so we can confirm. So with respect to variance number 11 regarding bicycle parking, there was just a clerical thing to add where it should say, in this case, a maximum of 326 bicycle parking spaces will be provided.
Okay.
And that corroborates with the provision, which is also a maximum, so that's why.
There's no minimum?
Well, there is a minimum requirement, but we're way above the minimum requirement. The minimum is 202, and we're providing 326, so.
You are providing 326?
Yes.
So you're providing the maximum?
Yeah, so we just want to make it clear it's a maximum.
Yeah, that you won't be giving us more than that.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, and then variance 8, you wanted to put minimum, is that right?
So actually, variance number 6, there is, and I can show you the zoning review, there was just a mistake with respect to where it says will be located between 5.73 meters. Mm-hmm. That should actually read 5.
So you're revising 5.73 to 5 meters?
Yes, and if you look at the zoning review, that's the correct number as well.
Okay, so it's a correction, basically.
It's a correction, yes, and I've discussed this with Bram Bulger, who spoke with his manager, and they've accepted that.
Okay, and then for variance 8, there was something mentioned about.
Yeah, I mean, we can make that minimum as well, although I don't think that that's really as important to our client, but we can make that. Okay, yeah.
Variance 8 would insert the word minimum 150. Okay.
You had a variance for first floor height for ground floor retail, did you?
Yeah, I can get into that.
Explain that. Is that going to limit who and how you lease those?
So we're absolutely providing 4.5 meters along St. Clair and also with respect to the ground floor retail use.
Right.
The only reason why we need the slight reduction to 3.8 is only with respect to the southeast portion where there's a grading difference. We have some residential use in the back. And so because of the grading goes up slightly, the floor-to-floor height, although the ceiling remains at the same level, there's a slight reduction in the maximum height at the ground floor. But along St. Clair, we maintain 4.5 meters.
5.8.
3.35, that's correct. Sorry, I'm not looking at my notes, but that's correct. Yes. Yeah. And I can, we have drawings, I can highlight that as well. If you look at the elevation drawings for Ford and for Osler, you'll see those slight reductions in height towards the south end.
Any other questions? No? Okay. All right, we'll take it into committee. A discussion or a motion, or both?
I mean,
I should mention too, of course, as you're aware, we do have a planning staff report indicating that there's no objection to the proposal. And we've been working closely with urban design staff through the site plan process, so.
Okay, we're actually in committee, but we do have the report.
Great.
in my view, just in terms of community building, neighborhood building, this is exactly the kind of should be encouraged. Avenues, and particularly those which have invested great, taking better and full advantage of free car and some of the developments happening on that. Part of the subject of my colleagues, I'm happy.
I would say go ahead.
I'll make a motion to the effect that this be approved. There are conditions and obviously the Section 45 payments from in the councillor's letter, but I would move approval.
Okay, so you would include the planning condition in the January 8 report?
It's covered. With one change, it's covered in the councillor's conditions as well. One change is the council mentions develop substantially in accordance with drawings A101, 108, A301, and there's an A302 included in planning. Otherwise, it's exactly what planning's requested. So
I would rather include the planning as well, just because it came from them. So okay, and then
that's easier then. Yeah.
Okay, back to the motion. So we're including the planning conditions, the councillor's conditions, and the application as amended, correct? Yeah? Okay, so that motion is moved by Mr. Clay. Do I have a seconder? Okay, Mr. Nipfall, all in favor. Your application's approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, same to you. Okay. Item number 33, 35 Heathdale Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have an arborist report from Central Tree Care. We have email correspondence from the traffic planning technologist. We have correspondence from PRCA and 6 form letters in support. And that includes the neighbor 37. So both adjacent neighbors.
Correct.
And if we can have your name, please.
Yes, my name is Gabriel Guiducci. I'm the agent for the owners.
Okay. Panel members, do you need a presentation? Do you have any questions? Pretty straightforward, this one. If there are no questions, we can go straight into committee. Anyone ready? No.
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 I'm prepared to bring a motion. I've reviewed all the material that you provided in advance and plans, and in my view, the variances proposed are minor in nature, do meet the core tests. So my motion is for approval of the application.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Okay, motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Mr. Chang. All in favor? The application is approved.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, now 501 VESTA. This is for the deferral, right? Okay, did you have, it's for both, right? For 34 and 35, because it's separated in part 1 and 2?
That's correct.
Just to the opposition, are you in agreement with the deferral request? Yes. Okay, and we just, your name for the record and your address. Okay, address? Thank you. Okay, so if we can just have you speak only to the deferral, please.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Joe Hoffman, Hoffman. I'm counsel for the applicant. With me is Mr. Andrew Dean. He's the architect. Mr. Dean spoke with the members of the community outside. Unfortunately, I didn't have an opportunity to because I'm on another file as well, and I'll be appearing before you shortly. But just briefly, we've submitted a minor variance application for 2 properties. They're both single lots on a registered plan of subdivision, and therefore no consent application is required.
Okay, we don't.
No, I'm not getting into the merits of the application.
long
At the 11th, I'm just clarifying what's before the committee. At the 11th hour, we received a request from Heritage asking for a deferral to evaluate the heritage context. We're agreeing with that deferral. The members of the community are agreeing with that deferral, so we're looking for a hearing date in 3 months' time. We understand that there's a committee hearing on April 22nd, and so that would be the date that we'd be looking for.
Okay, I don't know that the.
I appreciate that. We're going to have to reach out to the committee directly to reschedule.
You are aware that the councillor is also asking for deferral?
We learned that just moments ago.
I would suggest you also take the time to get in contact with that office so that when you come back, we know that you've had discussions with everyone involved.
We will, and the April 22nd date isn't only coming from us. It's referred to, not the exact date, but a 3-month period is referred to in the city staff report.
I wish I could say.
I'm not asking for a date from you.
You'll have to kind of try to, sway staff to put you on then, but no guarantees.
Understood.
You, Madam Chair, will that deferral also mean that you're meeting with the opposition to talk about any issues they may have?
I suppose it depends on Heritage because we don't know which project we'd be discussing with them. So if Heritage is able to make an evaluation quickly, then yes, we would be able to have time to talk to them. If they're not, then we'll have to wait and perhaps for even further than months.
But you do
can't speak to the opposition.
You have opposition here, so it's just we are being specific about why matters are being deferred so that we know when you come back that you've actually, done what we asked, because that's the reason we would.
And we're never opposed to speaking with people, and I know Mr. Harrington will, so I'm sure there'll be communications.
Okay. Anything else, Madam Deputy Secretary? Okay. All right, panel members, to the deferral.
Madam Chairman, I think the deferral reasons make sense.
Okay, including recirculation
Yes.
fees? Okay, I have a motion to defer, including recirculation fees, moved by Mr. Nipfel.
Going to second it.
Seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, matters deferred.
Thank you.
Number 36, 508 Delaware. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have, of course, Edward Lee, the agent, staff report from community planning, engineering, as well as permits and enforcement parking. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. Edward Lee, architect for the application.
Panel members, do you want to go straight to questions? Okay, does anyone have any questions?
Just, I guess you're here to seek variances to convert from a parking facility to a workshop.
Yes.
Is that going to be for the owners of the residents? Yes. So it's not going to be like a laneway suite or anything like that?
Well, I did actually have one question regarding the transportation letter that came, I think, before the weekend.
Right.
In the letter, commercial parking is referred. I don't see where that commercial term comes from. We actually had conversations with city planning during the pre-circulation period. We considered the options of laneway housing, which would not necessitate a parking variance. But we'd have a lot of other minor variances because the as-built structure wouldn't comply with the laneway zoning bylaws. But in the end, the owner's intent for this space is to use it as a studio, and a multidisciplinary studio. And there was no need for cooking facilities or any of that. So in the end, we decided that a work studio would be sufficient. I thought the parking variance would just be kind of a given, that there is a lot of laneway housing going up that doesn't require parking. In the drawings, it states a 3-car garage only because there are 3 garage doors. The minor variance we're seeking is for 1 parking space, because that's only 1 is required for the lot. And in the transportation letter, the person who wrote the letter keeps referring to parking spaces in plural. And I actually wish I had reached out to the transportation person to just clarify if the condition that they're recommending, the condition that should the approval be given, that we can either apply for commercial parking for the right-of-way portion of the driveway. And if we are refused, the condition would be that we reinstate the curb and soft landscape the driveway. But because commercial parking is the way that it's referred to in the letter, I'm not sure if would we be allowed to apply for commercial parking, given that it's not a commercial application. So that part is a little bit confusing for myself.
Sufficient 1 spot, so the way
Yeah.
I read it is they're basically saying a boulevard parking, and you have to get a permit for them to allow that.
Okay, so that's what
I
commercial.
read it, but
That's what I was reading it as well, and just leading up to today's hearing, I was reading it again, and
well, the variances they're only deficient 1 spot.
they do list the specific applicable variances.
You, Madam Chair, maybe I can help you out. So if you look at the site plan, currently there's a curb cut that goes across the garage.
Yes.
And there's pavement on the right-of-way. If the garage is not being used to park, they want that either, they'll have to, whether it's commercial parking or it's just boulevard parking. I don't know
Okay.
Where the commercial came from.
Okay,
Well, I
that's
think
what I
They
would-
just assumed that it was going to be some kind of a commercial studio.
Yes.
But the fact that it's paved and it's no longer being used as access to a garage, they either want you, and if you're continuing to park there, they want an application for boulevard parking permits. But if those boulevard parking permits are not permitted, they're not allowed, then they will have to reinstate that right-of-way as
No.
grass and reinstate the curb cut.
Is your reading that we would have to get permission for 3 boulevard parking spaces?
That you would have to
Okay.
get permission for whatever that current paved area would allow you to park there. You're asking the committee members for 0 parking.
Yes.
So you're not providing any parking on the site.
No.
The committee doesn't have the jurisdiction to allow you to park on the right-of-way.
Understood.
Right-of-way is now
Yes.
saying, well, hey, if you're not going to be using this access to those parking spaces anymore, we want it closed off and landscaped, and we want the curb reinstated, because then maybe if there's on-street parking, people can park there.
Sure.
If your plan is to actually park vehicles on that remaining
Yes.
portion of the driveway,
We need
you
a
have to
permit.
apply for a permit.
Yes, that's.
There's a process that's involved, and you may not be approved.
Yes, I've gone down this road before. I understand that. I guess the clarification I'm looking for is if we apply for 1 on-street, 1 boulevard parking space and we're approved for 1, does that leave grounds for 2/3 of that driveway to be reinstated as curb?
It'll be up to right-of-way management.
Okay,
So
because obviously to apply for 3, it's not possible. Ideally, we'd like the curb cut to remain because there is still a chance that.
All 3.
I actually tried to have this discussion with the owner prior to the meeting. If we were to propose maintaining 1 parking spot in the garage, it's a big space. We haven't fully, figured out how it's going to be used. Assuming that the curb cut could have remained, it would give us the option to still park 1 car. Obviously, to get permission for no.
through you, he's getting a variance for no parking.
Yes, at this time, the application is for 0 parking, and the owner will use the entire garage for his studio.
Right.
You had another scenario.
If only 1 parking, right.
I mean,
But
it's just because of the expense. I've gone through this with one prior committee
They're not going to allow
ruling that.
to stay if it's not active. No, because it's you need permission to use city land, and they won't, right now, the reason that curb cut is there is because there are 3 spaces. If they no longer need that access to access 3, if they go down to 1, it will have to be reduced to 1.
Okay.
Just through you, Madam Chair, just to move things along, I had drafted a condition should you decide to approve this application where it would say, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the status of the parking area located on the boulevard in front of the converted garage shall be resolved to the satisfaction of the manager of permits and parking enforcement park. And then in brackets, obtain a permit parking on the boulevard or reinstate it with soft landscaping.
If 0 spaces, they have to come back for parking, even if they get permits for boulevard parking, no?
No, it's not on their property. They can't, they're not providing parking on the private portion.
My understanding, when you were talking about alternatives, my understanding is that you were thinking one alternative might be down the road, use one of the current.
Yes.
It is.
It's an option that the owner would obviously like to have for the future.
You wouldn't want.
Yes, absolutely. So this transportation letter came through a couple days ago. So I've had to have these quick conversations with the owner who's away on holiday at the moment. So it's. Yes. To clarify, the option that I'm talking about is to actually park in the garage. So even if we are given permission to have 0, to have that option to be able to park one garage would be nice.
Then the condition that was outlined by the Deputy Secretary Treasurer would cover that because it gives you the option to go back, discuss what you do, and then discuss transportation.
Oh, I see.
Because you'll still have to put softscape back, probably.
I see, but what you're saying is that if transportation would be okay with us maintaining one parking space in the garage, even though we're approved for 0, that would satisfy their requirement for maintaining.
We're not saying that. What we're saying
Okay.
is right-of-way has identified an issue with the boulevard. If the garage is not being used for parking, they want to have a discussion with you on what's going to happen to the boulevard. So if you have other options, you can discuss that with them at that time.
I want to make sure we're not.
No, because you're going to give him no parking.
No.
Well, if he has.
Doesn't matter. You're going to get, if you're approving it with a 0 parking, it doesn't matter what he provides on the site because you've already told him.
You provided one space in the garage. Transportation is unlikely to give you access. Have 0.
On paper, yes, I follow.
So, Syria, I was just listening to your option, and I think this variance is a problem. That's a serious option.
But if he's permitted to have a parking space as of right, regardless of his variance, it's an as of right parking space. If that garage parking space is as of right, right-of-way can't tell him he can't have it. We have lots of people who come for variances and never realize their variance.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Parking's a problem today.
It is.
Pardon me? If what was the conditions? With that condition, it's saying that prior to the issuance of permit, they have to resolve what's happening with the. They have to resolve what's going to happen in the boulevard, or they.
In order for us to get our permit, yeah.
So they either keep a parking space as of right, they reinstate the entire boulevard, or they get a parking permit to park the boulevard. That will be up to right-of-way and the applicant.
Anybody, are we ready? Any more questions? Or we'll go into committee then? Okay. No. Okay, go for it. Okay, are you including, there's an engineering condition, transportation, and
And through you, I think those conditions, we discussed this briefly at the briefing, the fire hydrant condition and the municipal number condition seems to be related to that, the garage being used as a laneway suite.
Sorry if I can speak outside of.
Sorry, we'll come out of committee.
Yes, there is a hydrant close to the corner, so no.
You're okay with the engineer, you've seen it?
Yes.
Is there a need to have the garage have a different municipal number?
I don't.
We'll leave it in if it's not
Yeah,
required, then it just gets waived.
I think the owner would be flexible if it was required, she could do it.
You would work that out.
Sure, yes.
So those three. All right, so I have a motion to approve with the three conditions outlined by Mr. Chang. Transportation, the one suggested by Deputy Secretary Treasurer, and the engineering conditions. Do I have a seconder? Okay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Yep.
Great, thank you.
Okay, 37 is held. Item 38, 871 St. Clarence Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and opposition from 52A. Okay, can I have your name, please?
My name is Trevor Gain. I'm the agent here on behalf of the owners. I would like to submit some color photographs. Again, not aware that you became part of...
Of our paperless, can you do them on the overhead? Or?
I can, but it's just, it's your choice if you just want to have them in front. I can put them on the overhead as well. I got a copy for myself, so...
Just maybe put them on the overhead.
Fair enough.
And panel members, do you need a presentation or would you like questions? All right, we have some questions, so we'll start with that.
Referring to your proposed site plan, could you explain to me, maybe it's here, and how do you access Unit B, the second one?
Yep.
Walk beside it, which appears to be its amenity space. Through the amenity space, and because the walkway seems to connect to the garage.
So in the overhead above you, we've outlined Units 1, Units 2, and the garage at the back. So the way we proposed it is that as you walk in the front, and that's a common vestibule, that little corner, and from there you can go left into Unit 1, you can go straight into Unit number 2. And I'll show you, here's the ground floor plan, which clarifies that a little bit better. Now in the overhead, it's kind of a little bit clearer. The pink is Unit 1, the blue is Unit 2.
So the entry line.
That's correct. So both units have access to the street, both units have access to their garages, and then the front and back become independent amenity spaces for both units.
Unit 1 has to go out on.
No, at the top of the stairs at Unit 1, you see there's a door there, so they can access that back vestibule as well.
Any other questions?
I'm just looking at the garage, there's a big variance there. So that's an existing garage, is it?
It's an existing garage. We're going to replace it. In this graphic here, this is an overlay of the existing and the new. So the existing garage has an area of about 56 square meters, and we're going to tear it down and we're going to build it slightly bigger just to keep up with the standard City of Toronto parking spaces. It allows us some bicycle storage in the garage for both units and also just some additional storage given the fact that we got 2 units. So we have the variance, but it's already sort of a preconditioning situation. And I have photographs of that one-story garage too if the committee chooses to see it.
Have you seen the letter?
Yeah, I read the letter, and he was outside of our screening process. We talked to the immediate neighbors. We have no opposition from the immediate neighbors, no opposition from planning. And I think it just might be a little bit of confusion on what is being proposed, because on paper it does sound a little aggressive, but when you actually look at the presentation and what we're proposing, we think it's pretty much in keeping, given the fact that planning has no option or no opposition at all about this based on what we worked with. So we kept the setbacks existing. We kept the building length basically in line with the neighbor to the north, and the garage is the garage, and ultimately we think it's fairly minor. There's no landscape variances, no sofas as he was identifying, and we have no height, no wall height variances, so the massing is pretty much as of right.
This is the address from the, is that nearby? You said that's not nearby?
It's nearby, but it was, we spoke to the immediate neighbors. Where's the notice of here? And if you flip it over, he's across the lane and down the lane at the back. That little red dot, that's where he is at 52A Primrose. And that whole area is all semi-detached, is very tight setbacks, very limited green space, so it's just sort of the pattern and the housing topography in that area. That's correct, yeah. That's correct, yeah. I have a photograph. Maybe now I'll show you my photographs. Photograph going up that way, but photograph number 8, that's our garage, and then it just continues, and then photograph number 9 is my back to the laneway looking down. But essentially, you're exactly correct. Garage, it's very similar to this photograph. This is across the street. Attached garages for all those semi-detached houses up and down the street.
Any other questions?
Asking questions in terms of the floor space index? I mean, I know you meet all the other requirements, height, setback.
Yeah, we read his term monster house.
Yeah, just
I'm just going to point out is that the variance that we're asking for, 95% floor space index and a 60, we have 2 dwelling units here, so both dwelling units are 47% each. So when you put them together, it ends up at the 95. We did do the research to find out what's happening in this area, and part of the handout I was going to give you. We found that the 95% is not unheard of. Just up the street at 1007 St. Claren's, they got 81%. Lightburn, kind of around the corner, 129% for a 3-story house, et cetera, et cetera. So all the ones in red are pretty much the floor space index have been issued in recent history. So again, I think it's just an area of the lot sizes, the tight setbacks that are allowed in these areas, and it just generates these type of variances. Again, no height, so the 2.5-story, all within the limits.
Any other questions?
Each unit is approximately 1,600 square feet. Basement is not included in GFA, so we add another, yeah, whatever it is. Something like that. It's like a cladded wood siding.
Any more? Committee? Discussion? Motion?
Based on here we reviewed.
Okay.
I think it's very sensible. I don't think it's a monster. I mean, the way you manipulate the roof profile and how you attach back the back.
All right, I have a motion to approve, moved by Mr. Cheng. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? The application's approved.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 39, 81 Gough Avenue. We have before us copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a covering letter from Neil Murray, the applicant, two of them actually. We have email correspondence, development officer, property planning and development. We have a community planning report asking for conditions. We have engineering correspondence and like 3. Correspondence in support from number 83, which is adjacent, as well as 87, 80, 88, 91, and 101 Gough, and correspondence in opposition from number 83 Gough. Okay, that's the same one that supported it.
The opposition came first. If you were to read the letter, the more recent letter,
Is the support.
it supports. They
The one was December, the opposition, now she's in support. Okay.
Correct.
Can we just have your name for the record?
Peter Higgins of Peter Higgins Architect Incorporated.
Okay. Panel members, do you want a presentation or would you prefer to go straight to questions? Question. Just bear with us. We have to do a lot of toggling now instead of flipping a page.
Brand new building, 3-story. That's a principal residence with
Yes, it is.
a laneway house in the back?
Correct.
Okay.
The feeling was that to make it affordable for my client and his family, my client is here, Neil Murray, his wife Janice Greenshields, their 2 children, 2 young children, ages 3 and 3 months, that they would put in the laneway suite. It made sense, it's allowed, and a suite in the lower level. And that makes good sense to the planning department as well as ourselves, given the proximity to the TTC along the Danforth. There has been no opposition from neighbors, save and except for the neighbor to the north, who eventually came around. They were concerned about their foundation wall because of the proximity of our building. We told them we were actually further away from their mutual property line than the existing house. We've been dealing with the TTC, as the chairman mentioned, and as well as the planning department extensively over the last 9 months to get this to where it is today. We sent out or hand-delivered 20 packages of information to the immediate neighbors up and down Gough. There are no neighbors to the south. It's a parking lot for the TTC, and then the church, Holy Name Church, is to the south of that again. So we were concentrating on talking to the neighbors up and down Gough. There's also an apartment building in the rear across the lane. So it seems to be a very good location for a laneway suite. You mentioned as a 3-story building. It's properly called a 2.5-story building, with the upper portion being up in the, what would you consider the attic. We have a very minor, what we believe to be a minor height variance that only occurs at a smaller section of the 3rd level because the design of the roof or the attic space is all hipped with 2 dormers. So we think we know that the impact on the neighbors is lessened because of that. Our front yard setback variance is only to the bay window. Otherwise, we line up exactly with the house to the north. I shouldn't be talking, but I guess I'm trying to get my money's worth, my client's money's worth.
Are you, you're aware of the planning conditions and the engineering conditions? And
We
you're
are.
okay with those?
We are. The green roof, we suggested the green roof over the rear covered porch to make up for the downfall or the shortcoming in the landscaped open space. Landscape open space was minimized because we had to flip the entrance to the laneway suite because of the TTC ventilation shaft, et cetera, et cetera.
Just curious, looking at the engineering conditions, normally for laneway suites, we see other things, access, emergency access, fire hydrant, you have to be, has all that been satisfied?
All been satisfied.
It's not in there. Okay.
I've learned a lot about laneway suites thanks to my client and
But
all
you've
about
checked all those boxes off?
everything has been checked
It's
off.
not in their memo. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely nothing no stone left unturned.
Mr. Murray,
Yes, it is. Neil Murray.
compliments on the submitted letter. It's
Mr. Murray is a planner by trade.
It shows. Two observations. First off, I think I read you're 60 meters from Pape Subway, right? Did I read that? Which is, again, from community building and neighborhood regeneration, exactly what we should be doing, putting more opportunities for people to live close to higher order transit. So that's great. And I just echo Carl's point. I mean, kudos to you guys in terms of your consultation. Really well done. Frankly, it would be great if everybody did that kind of consultation. So hats off to you. That's exactly the kinds of things that we as a committee like to see when we're considering your application. Well done.
I wish I could take that.
Yeah.
I won't take that credit. It goes to Mr. Murray.
Any other comments? If not, we'll go into committee.
Madam Chairman, if there are no further questions, I'd like to move approval of the application subject to the planning conditions, which I will recite, development engineering conditions, condition number 3. As already stated, I think there's been very good effort here to integrate the community and to establish a model for future development. I think that's
All right, I have a motion to approve, including the conditions outlined by Mr. Nipfel. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Your application is approved.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too, thanks.
Happy New Year to you as well.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 40, 146 Sumac Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a covering letter from Daniel Brandili, the planning consultation report from Bousfields, and a parking consultation report from Daniel as well. Hi, can we have your name, please?
Allison Shooter with Bousfields.
Okay, panel members, do you want to go straight to questions? Or, okay, go straight to questions. If there are any.
We were talking earlier, so this is, you haven't yet determined what the final use of that will be, but you just want to have some options for the either or, is that
Yeah,
understanding?
Daniel's has just been having some trouble filling the space, and they're looking to kind of provide some options for they've had different business owners approach them out of interest, but because the committee of adjustment process is a little bit daunting for small business owners, they wanted to secure the approvals in advance. The use may be either the actual units themselves may change in size, the overall space would stay the same, and the actual uses are still to be kind of nailed down. So.
the reason for the parking restriction is you see an animal hospital that takes place of the immediate vicinity. You're not anticipating.
No, and that's why we had BA Group do their parking assessment, and in their opinion, it would serve, especially one of this size, would serve mostly the immediate community, and that even if it were to have either employees or people come from outside of the community, there's more than sufficient parking in the surrounding area. So,
Any further questions? Okay, we'll take it into committee. Discussions or motion?
I'm ready to motion. I've looked at all the materials, including the parking study, and I'm satisfied that the variances you're requesting for the use and for the parking spaces does meet the 4 tests, and that my motion is for approval of the application without.
Motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini. Do you have a second? Okay, seconded by Mr. Chang. All in favor? Your application is.
Thank you.
Okay, so item 41 was held. And let's go back to 37, which is 87 RIVERCREST Road. This was also held. All right. Just bear with me 1 second. Okay, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Report from planning, ask conditions, correspondence expressing concern or interest. 40 and 42 Humber Trail, as well as opposition from number 9 RIVERCREST. Hi.
Hi, my name is David Stickney. I'm the agent for the owner of the property. I'm here with my client.
Is your opposition still here, or did you get out, or
We've worked out the issue with,
are they still here, or
they're not here.
they left? All
Yeah.
of them?
So there's just some conditions that we have a separate agreement with them for.
Okay, and are you aware of the planning condition?
Yes, that the floor area should be reduced to the 88%, and that the deck size, I believe, is 14.2, and that the plans on file substantially.
You've already done that, right? So they're asking you to basically construct according.
Correct.
All right, and you want to, other conditions you said based on your discussions? Maybe.
No, we've solved all of those issues in terms of, yes, internally.
Guys, okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, panel members, do you have any questions?
So you've resolved the issues with one party who showed up. There were more than one.
Right, I can address. Now, I know that you're paperless, but I do have 7 letters of support from adjacent properties with a qualification that number 40 from the back, his letter is not a letter of objection, but a letter of clarification to his support for the proposal. And if...
Okay, I'll take them, but again, I've said it a couple
future.
times, please get them in earlier so that we can get, because we will at some point not be able to accept.
Who is the gentleman that you negotiated? As my colleague indicated, we have 3 letters of objection here. I just want to figure out which one is the one that
None of the 3 letters of objection are here or have been here today.
So this is an additional.
This is the person, the neighbor to the south, just wanted to verify a windowsill height, and we've signed that for her. But, I mean, if...
Speak to the concerns here that are listed.
Sure. Just very briefly, the house has been owned by the family since 1958, and their present desire is to expand in such a way as to accommodate the special needs son. So it's incorporating an in-house garage above grade, a lift, and an elevator to internalize all of the arrival and departure from the house related to the wheelchair access. The proposal is to add a 3rd-story addition, and I have photographs of all of the 3rd-story houses, 3-story houses on the street. I would say that the majority of the houses, 80-some%, were constructed in the teens and early 20s when the subdivision was formed. So the stability of the neighborhood is all of the houses remain pretty much the same. They all have some additions at the back for breakfast rooms or 2-story additions for an extra bedroom, but for the most part, this neighborhood remains what it always was. The proposal here is to try and look as much as possible like an original house. I mean, it's a very traditional looking house. And in terms of some of the objections, the coverage, we have a recent decision from the committee up the street, which is at 97% for 32 Humberview Road, which I can... And we did go to the trouble of measuring the house that's immediately across the street, and it's number 84, and its factor is 84%. And I'll just show. Now, the lot sizes are much larger on the west side. These are 50-foot lots. We're on a 40-foot lot. So this house is actually much larger than ours. But, I mean, we took that as a reference for 84% across the street, 97% up the street. All the houses remaining very much like they were originally. I can show the entire street in individual photos if the committee so desires, because...
Members, do you want to see the entire street? Or
A dozen houses immediately around.
maybe just pick a couple. I don't think they need to see the whole street.
This is the house that's immediately to the south.
Okay.
House that's immediately to the north. House north back is again a large two-story. On the opposite side, show you the nature of the houses: three-story in-house garage, integral. With the house at 77. House that we actually measured.
So what currently is your floor space index?
0.88.
Pardon me?
0.88.
No, that's what you're asking for, but what is it?
Oh, the current,
Over? It's got to be over, right?
it's marginally over. I believe it's in the 49%, 51 in that range. I would comment that there isn't a single house on the street that's anywhere near 0.4. All the original houses are well over the current bylaw standard, but, and, yeah.
Okay.
That, I think, addresses the issue of floor space index. A separate issue on one of the letters was indeed the deck at the third floor at the rear. It's a deck that's completely surrounded by roof and privacy screen all the way around. So it's a sun deck as opposed to a deck that you go out and can see in all directions. So it's completely enclosed. You can't see in any direction. And that's one of the conditions that's noted on the plan, because the neighbor to the north has asked for a specific set of conditions about windowsill heights, which are on all the elevations and the plans that the committee is looking at. The driveway, part of the proposal was to demolish the garage in the back and insert the two cars inside the house. It doesn't change the parking requirement or parking availability on the street, because the existing driveway was there. It's essentially taking about 2 feet from the north side of the parking area, but measuring up to the parking for the house to the north, there's still two generous spaces that are already existing.
Okay, any other questions?
I do. So I fully appreciate that this isn't necessarily completely within the confines of what we can deal with as a committee, but I did notice that the opposition letters spoke quite passionately about process. And there's an allegation from some of the opponents that work was undertaken without a permit. When stop work issues were ordered, work continued. So I wonder if you could just speak to that.
I can. That was the work that is there in terms of footprint is totally legalizable by a building permit. We have an engineer review the work that was done, but it's totally, it's not contingent upon the committee decision.
No, I know.
The work that was done was essentially on the part of the contractor, who was a bit of a runaway horse, was wanting to get some wet work, concrete and foundation, out of the way before winter hit. I mean, this was originally a Etobicoke, and we had originally arranged for a hearing date in October. But when the wards from the Doug Ford manipulation took place, it landed on this committee, so we've ended up with a hearing now. The contractor was told to stop and finally did. The buildings department did post a notice to stop, and there was no work going on after that. There was an engineer reviewing things to verify how we would protect from frost and penetration of precipitation, but there was no work actually taking place at that point.
Okay. It was a series of photographs were submitted. I'm not here to arbitrate whether they're not, but I do want to go on record as reflecting that that's one of the things that really ticks a community off.
I totally agree, sir.
Work occurs prior to getting the kind of approval that you should have. So I just take that back to your client and a general.
Fortunately, the buildings department, sir, is monitoring closely, and we're.
Okay. Chair, I apologize. Thank you for indulging me.
Good point to bring up. Are there any other questions?
I have one question. Proposing an integral garage, and you indicated why that was. There are, best of my recollection on Google, there are very little, if any, garages, correct?
The lots.
Fairly substantial front yards and a
Sure.
side drive. This is going to into. Right.
Two parts to that. There are several houses to the south and almost across the street that have integral garages, and I'm going to say it's 5 integral garages on the west side. There's only 2 on the east side, but and I mean the one advantage to the taking the garage from the backyard is that the backyard becomes all green space at grade level rather than having the car driving down the side and into the backyard. So there's a benefit to the quality of the mid-block by not having motor cars coming into the back.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee. Any comments?
Subject to the planning department, the drawings of, and this, that's the only condition.
Right. I have a motion to approve the application, including the planning condition. Moved by Mr. Cheng, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Application's approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, final item in this time slot is 1492 Dundas West. Okay, the applicant here for 1492 Dundas West. Okay, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and we don't have any other correspondence. I know you gave us your name before, but we'll need it again.
No problem. Hoffman, Hoffman. I'm a lawyer at Goodman's LLP, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant.
Okey-dokey. Panel members, can we go straight to questions? All right, does anyone have any questions? There was opposition, right?
I can speak to that quickly. We met with, they did. They're a tenant in the adjacent building, and they don't have any concerns with the proposal.
So everything's...
All resolved.
Okay. Panel members, do any of you have questions?
Curious about the shape of the plan. Was that from a existing building footprint, or you just come up with this? Are they aligned with the property line?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure if I fully heard the question. Is it?
Sorry, I was asking you about the shape of the floor plan. Is it built? Are you building from an existing building, or?
That's exactly right. This is the shape of the building. We're extending the rear for a 2-story and 1-story addition. As you'll see in the rear, we're lining up the end of the addition with the adjacent building directly to the east of it. So it's an odd-shaped lot, it's an odd-shaped building, but we're just following the property line in the back.
Yeah, looking at your survey as well, try to understand.
Okay. Any other questions, panel members?
Well, I guess I have flagged here variance number 3 relating to the setback from the lot line of the lot abutting the lane on the opposite side. Is there, in this area, setbacks from the center line of the lane? Often we see transportation wading in when you get closer to the setback lane. I suppose, though, you've already answered that because the building adjacent is back. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There's no variance to the center lot line. The only variance is required is the variance.
Do you meet the requirement from the center lot line, or?
Yes, there's no variance required for that.
So it's not going to impact maneuverability in the lane? Okay.
No, that's correct. And the application has been obviously circulated to all the relevant planning departments, and we don't have any comments from city planning or transportation.
And what's immediately behind on the opposite side of the lane? Is it church? Yeah, I'm trying to look on the. Where's the lane?
If I can.
That's Dundas. No, behind.
So the property's identified with the red marker. It's on the northwest side of Dundas and Dufferin. To the back of the property is a laneway, and to the rear of the laneway is what's a vacant parking lot that I understand used to be in relation to a funeral home that fronted on Dundas.
So right now it's just used for parking, or what's it used for?
Sorry, who are you?
Sorry.
I need you to come to the mic now and give your name.
This is Mr. DeCuna. He's the architect. He was the agent on record for the application.
Okay.
So, as I said, that parking lot was related to the funeral home. The funeral home has been sold. It's the property adjacent to it, and it's under development, so we're not sure. We assume it's still a parking lot.
Okay, any other questions?
Just to follow up on that, I noticed that your rear setback was measured from the shortest distance from the corner to the property line, but you're trying to align with your neighbor garage wall, right? So that's how you get the variance.
Yes. Sorry, which variance, through you, Madam Chair, which variance are you?
The one at the back that we were talking about.
Yes, that's correct.
So you're aligning with the wall. Loading area. Okay. Yeah.
Any other questions? Alrighty. No. So we'll take it into committee. Who would like to do the honors?
I will go ahead and put a motion forward. My initial concern was the setback from the center, or setback from the lane, or variance number 3 from, I guess, the lot on the opposite side abutting the lane. We don't have anything for transportation. We've heard it's a vacant lot, so I don't think there'll be any impact, and you're lining up with the adjacent buildings. So in my view, and the balance I think is fine, in my view, this meets the 4 tests. So my motion is going to be for approval of the application.
Second the motion. This is excuse me, I'm surprised there aren't more variances. I agree with that.
All right, motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Your application is approved.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Okay, what I'd like to do now is vet the 3:30 and 4 o'clock time slot, and we'll take a brief break. Okay, so item 42, 674 Beresford Avenue. Is the applicant here? Anyone here in interest? Anyone here in opposition to Beresford? Yes? Well, I'm not doing it now. I just need to know if you're opposing? Did you see who's the applicant again? Can you have a conversation outside the room? Okay, item 43, 112 Pinecrest Road. Anyone in opposition? Okay, item 44, 150 College Street. Anyone in opposition to College? Item 45, 127 Campbell Avenue. Anyone in opposition? Nope. Item number 46, 5 DEWBOURNE Avenue. Anyone in opposition? Item 47, 159 Varsity Road. Anyone here in opposition? Okay, the 4 p.m. time slot, 128 to 130 Davisville Avenue. Is there anyone here in opposition? Okay. Item 49, A, B, and C, 211 Wheeler Avenue. Anyone in opposition to Wheeler? Nope. And 51 A, B, and C, 795 Manning Avenue. Anyone in opposition? Yes? Okay, can you have a conversation with the applicant outside the room? We'll hold that one. Item 52, 48 Annette Street. Anyone in opposition? Yes? Okay, if you can have a conversation outside the room, we'll hold that as well. Item 53, 290 Major Street. Anyone in opposition? And the final item is 1455 to 1475 O'Connor. Anyone in opposition? Yes? All right, so we'll hold that down. Applicant, for O'Connor, did you see who your opposition is? Yes? Okay, if you can go have a conversation. So the items that are being held are item 42, 674 Beresford Avenue, item number 51, 795 Manning, item 48, 52, 48 Annette Street, and item 54, 1455 to 1475 O'Connor Drive. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 4:20.
Is, oh, okay.
Okay. Item number 43, 112 Pinecrest Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a staff report. Forestry is asking for condition number 1. If we can have your name when you're ready, and
Good afternoon. My name is Sava Milkovic, the designer and owner's agent.
okay, I don't think we need a presentation, so we'll go straight to questions.
Okay.
Unless you really want to.
No.
Okay.
Made some pretty diagrams and everything, but save them for. That's right. I do have some letters of support if I could submit those.
Sure, but as I mentioned before,
Right.
we are paperless.
Oh, are you?
Almost there. We're going there, but so if we can ask you to submit them well in advance in the future.
Sure.
So maybe get started a little earlier so that we have them
Okay.
with our agenda. It would be
Sure.
helpful. But we will eventually stop accepting them.
Hard copies, understood.
Okay? So, but I'll take them today.
Okay, you're there. So this includes the immediate 2 neighbors?
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, panel members, do you have any questions? No?
Question is, platform areas that you're looking for is facing the back, really?
Right.
The planner asked you to put a screen or something like that?
No, we didn't have any planning staff reports submitted, yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Well, I guess 50-50. Usually it comes up, I just want to make sure I didn't miss it.
You think it's necessary to put a screen up there?
So let me just quickly pull up the site plan. So the take you up to back a lot. A small platform you see here towards the back. To the north, driveway that's separate two properties. And then that balcony being on the north side of the house, since you know it's set back neighbor to the south. That's
What about right behind?
it's almost a ravine condition where the lot slopes down quite a bit onto the neighboring street. I'll show you. It's kind of a strange intersection. I'll highlight here. So this is the subject property with the red marker, and these houses that abut the rear lot line of the subject property are much further below on Glendonwin Road. So there's basically a ravine where the topography descends. Which is one of the nice things about the proposals. You have those vistas of the distance, essentially. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
Can you just remind me what the current FSI thing is?
Yeah, sure. So
It doesn't look like you're putting a huge amount on. But
no,
I believe, right?
That's right. So the existing floor space index is, excuse me here, 0.96%. Yeah, and we're actually only adding 230 square feet. It's just because it's a smaller lot that it seems like a larger number. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll take it into committee.
Mr. Chairman, unless anyone has further questions, I'd like to move approval of the application. I think it's relatively small addition. I think the variances are reasonable, and there's been Here taken use roof, great conditioning of the house. All in all, I think it's an asset. Yes. Very much.
Okay, including forestry number 1?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Second.
Okay, motion to approve, including forestry condition number 1, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Your application's approved.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item number 44, 150 College Street. Okay. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from Emily Reisman from Urban Strategies, 14 photographs of the subject property, as well as previous decisions affecting the property. If we can have your name, please.
My name is Emily Reisman. I'm a planner with Urban Strategies here on behalf of the University of Toronto.
Okay, I think we'll probably go straight to questions, if that's okay. If there are any.
It's up to you. We have pretty pictures, but it's
Very
up to
nice
you.
diagram you've got there.
It's really nice, reminiscent of my days driving my daughter there.
Just clarification, like the 1 second overview. It's a new underground parking garage.
It's
with
a new
public space on
underground
top.
parking garage with expanded open space on top that if the whole landmark project effectively removes the significant intrusion of vehicles that has happened into this amazing front campus landscape over the decades and gets them out of sight by allowing for parking underground to still provide for that support for university activities, but getting it out of the way to put more emphasis on pedestrian and cyclist activity. So the variances required are to permit the garage below grade and the very small structure pavilion to allow for elevator and stair access to the garage.
Surface parking spaces are gone, and only emergency parking is there.
Effectively, there'll be, I think, 11 spaces at grade just to help serve the specific buildings and provide for accessible parking as required.
I assume it's also increasing the parking.
No, I think there's a slight reduction in the total amount of parking, but it still meets the requirements for the University of Toronto bylaw, which has a minimum number of parking spaces.
Level of
1 level.
entrance is coming from.
From Wellesley is the vehicular access to the garage, and then there'll be small, discrete stairway accesses, effectively the 3 corners of the site built into the landscape, and then the pavilion at the southeast corner adjacent to the medical sciences building at the southeast corner of the front campus area. Sure. Oh, thank you.
Good. Is it total excavation then fill over top, or are you tunneling?
I have colleagues from the University of Toronto here who may be able to answer
I mean, it's
that
not relevant, but it's just
question.
In terms of construction, are you excavating the whole thing, then covering it over, or are you tunneling underneath it?
Yeah. In addition to the renewed landscape, the excavation allows for the opportunity to develop a geothermal system. The boreholes will be below the parking garage itself. A whole bunch of other sustainability features are built in as a result of that opportunity. Cisterns for collecting rainwater to address the landscape, in addition to indigenous and drought tolerant species.
Very iconic piece of property. So
absolutely.
Have you thought about putting skylights to the parking in the place in the?
I do know that the proposed design is a result of a public competition that was completed in 2015 and is being designed by KPMB Architects and Michael von Valkenburg Landscape Architects out of New York, KPMB, of course, in Toronto. The design has been significantly consulted on throughout the university and Toronto communities. So I don't know if that specifically has been considered, but...
I think so, because this is I need your name.
I'm sorry.
Record. Christine Burke. Can you turn the mic on there? Just push the button. Can you spell your last name? Is it Burke or Bird?
Burke. B-U-R-K-E.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Nope.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to move approval of the application. It's a welcome addition to both the university and the city. Clearly meets the 4 tests, and I only wish it was in existence when I went to university.
I'm happy to second. I think I fell asleep right on that.
I got my leg broken playing football
There you
in the
go.
middle of that hole.
Thank you. I'll second it.
All right, so motion to approve moved by Mr. Niffel, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Your application's approved.
Thank you very much. This is a great landmark milestone in the evolution of the design.
Next item is item number 45, 127 Campbell Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have staff report from permits and enforcement parking. I believe it's correspondence in support from 129 and 127 Campbell. Can we have your name, please?
Hi, my name is Joe Dome, agent for the applicant, 1101 Steeles Avenue West.
Okay. Panel members, do you need a presentation or can we go to questions?
Actually, I do have something that I do need to present.
Go ahead.
I have a question as well, which you may or may not cover. I'm not clear whether this is a parking garage or a parking pad.
Pad, it's an existing pad.
So, in fact, the question that raises is, could you not, in fact, extend the length of the parking spaces and remove the objection that development engineering has posed?
We could, yeah. Essentially, the pad as it is right now is existing and does have enough space to park the car. I have a photo as well to that effect. But yeah, if that's a real...
A pretty significant objection from transportation and development engineering about the length of the parking space, and they're concerned that there will be, as I understand it, overhang into the laneway. I immediately went to the drawing to figure out why you couldn't just simply lengthen the parking space. There would appear to be no reason why.
Yeah, we could lengthen the parking space.
A landscaped open space between the house and the parking spaces, right?
Mm-hmm. So there is the rear yard soft landscaping variance, which was just a 1% difference discrepancy. So we wanted to eliminate that as well, and pushing it back so that may interfere with that, but if that's something that yeah. So no, we haven't done that. We came here today asking for just the existing parking spot as is, but if it's a real concern, then we would be willing to push it back.
Would that involve you doing some calculations? Because if it does, I could maybe hold it, and you can you do that on the like today? Otherwise, we'd have to referrals.
Well, is that something that we can? Sorry?
Yeah, I mean, no, but you're saying that you want to remove variance number 3,
mm-hmm.
and then I thought you said 3.
You'd have to change number 3.
Yeah. So originally,
I agree with lengthening the parking space. All I'm saying is my approval of this, based on what I've read so far, would be contingent upon you complying with the bylaw relative to the length of the parking space.
Mm-hmm.
Because we seldom get that kind of an objection from development engineering. I would recommend you comply with their objective. If that is the case, then variance number 3 will probably change. And as the chairman's indicating, you probably, if you agree,
yes,
you probably need to go away and do some calculations because numbers will change.
So do you I mean, we still have quite a few items left. I don't know if you can do the.
Yes, so I will come back with the numbers.
I'm going to hold it, and then you let staff know when you're back and ready to go, and we're just going to continue with the agenda right now.
Okay.
Yep.
But you had another thing that you wanted.
Yes, okay. So if I can bring that up now, that would be great. So basically, there was an error in the calculation of the FSI, and the original zoning notice and the subsequent public notice, they have a 0.86
Right.
FSI. And in actuality, the correct FSI is 0.84, and which matches exactly the FSI of number 129 next door. And we received the updated zoning notice just 2 days ago that has the 0.4 figure, and I have a copy of that here.
What's the square meters, and then you're revising that, right?
Yes. So let me just bring that here. 89.48.
89.48.
Oh, wait, sorry, my mistake, 125.36.
Yeah, I was going to say, that doesn't make
Yeah,
sense.
125.36.
Sorry, 125 point.
36.
Okay. Okay, so that one you're revising.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll stand you down,
Mhm.
and you'll let them know when you're ready. with
Okay, great.
Further change, okay. Okay, so let's go to item 46, number 5 DEWBOURNE Avenue. Hold on one second. My pages are stuck. Okay, we have before us copy of the plan of surveys, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and we have a staff report. You can have your name, please.
Lauren Rose, I'm the agent architect. There's an application to increase the density, the size, the side yard setback on the second floor. The existing setback is 1.41. We just want to build on top of that wall. So we're asking on the second floor to line up with the wall below. There is a building permit for this entire mass already. We're asking for a little more density in the attic. You won't be able to tell from the street because it's in the third floor.
Panel members, do you have any other questions? No? Okay. Take it into committee for a decision then. I believe the forestry conditions, number 2. You ready?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
comfortable with
go
it.
ahead.
Unless people have views.
Doesn't- I don't think so.
Certainly
Nobody's
seems like it's keeping with the character of that particular community. It seems like a thoughtful proposal, and from the plans, I'm happy to move approval subject to the forestry condition.
Okay, motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Application's approved.
Thank you.
Next item is 159 VARSITY Avenue. You're calculating. We're bringing you back. All right. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and email correspondence from TRCA.
Yes.
Just your name again for
Yes. My name is Joe Dome, 1101 Steeles Avenue West, agent for the applicant.
Okay, this is really straightforward. Does anyone have any questions?
Well, we actually do have something that we do need to revise as well.
Oh, okay.
There are neighbors here, and they don't have an issue per se, but they have an issue with one specific factor, the garbage hideout. You can see it extends at the front of the house. On the side, there's a slight protrusion, and that's the garbage hideout wing. And so they, as a show of good faith, they had an issue with that, and we would like to remove that.
Oh.
Where is that?
Part of the variance?
No. Well, there's a side yard setback variance.
Right.
It doesn't, I mean, as it is, it doesn't impact.
So it's a side agreement between you and...
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, I will. Okay, so here is.
What's behind that nib that sticks out? Is that red?
Yes.
Yeah.
You'll be removing that.
Oh, it's variance here, you see, there's like a wall.
Oh, okay.
And that encloses an area.
And so here would be the updated plans without it.
Okay, so do you want to just submit that and,
Yeah,
so it's a site plan or what is it?
site plan.
Yeah, so can we just tie it to the revised site plan?
But the wall was to hide the garbage cans, right?
Sorry, the
wall was to hide.
the garbage cans would be behind the
Yeah,
wall.
but the wall was only there to hide the garbage.
Yes, that's basically the only.
So you're removing the wall, but you could still put the garbage cans there, so there would.
Well, it's not, the objection wasn't to do with the garbage cans, though. It was to do with light coming the side. There wasn't, basically, there is a lot of space, but there was a concern of theirs, and we thought that, that's something that we could accommodate.
I think your solution was better, actually. But, okay.
Yeah.
There isn't.
So,
But you would like us to put the new site plan in the decision, right? Because that's something negotiated with the owners.
Yes.
I think it's just an.
I think it's
extension
just
wall.
to have
Yeah,
it
it's
on
just a wall.
record for the site plan. Doesn't affect anything else, really.
Did you undertake to put the plan in as the decision?
Sorry?
Did you undertake to put the plan in the decision?
To put the updated plans. So that's what we were. That's what we were coming here to do once the owner had discussions with the neighbors.
Yes, has your position to the neighbors been you would actually ask us to adopt this plan instead of the
Yes.
other plan? Okay.
The variances have nothing to do with that, though, right?
Yes.
So if somebody wanted to put that wall down the road, they could do it because it wouldn't make a difference.
Potentially, yes.
Unless if we say that it's to be developed substantially in accordance with this, as the Deputy Secretary Treasurer said, the subsequent owner couldn't block the garbage
Why?
cans.
It's not part of
Because
the
then
variances.
they're not in compliance with this site plan.
Oh, I see. Okay, well,
wants to adopt.
Yes, unless
Can't you do-
unless there's a way to make the decision.
we could do it, you could do it on a private agreement that the owner would sign,
Okay.
and then it wouldn't be part of
Yeah.
anybody's future
Or
problem.
we could not put the site plan in our decision at all.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, it was, because there's nothing on file that says you have to build according to this site plan.
Mm-hmm.
And until we have a decision today, there'd be nothing that says you have to comply with that site plan.
But isn't it taking
Yes,
to the
I think-
neighbor?
I
if
agree.
just we
I agree.
approve
I don't-
this? Yeah,
I
I
think
think
for the
that's the
point that
best
Anita
way.
made,
Okay.
Okay.
It's like an extension of the front wall, yeah.
It goes up the entire,
It does. Yeah.
not just the,
It goes up.
goes up the entire thing?
Well, I think that the applicant's willing to do it as an undertaking, so. Fine. Okay, any other questions? Panel members? Are we okay? Can we move into making a decision on this?
Actually, it's 2 stories high according to this.
That's
Does it extend, does it have a floor plan above it?
Here, I can put.
So I've got the elevation up, and I'm trying
Yeah.
to figure out A308. Can you put that up?
Can't see the cans.
Yeah, but so what's above it? Is there a second floor above it? Where the garbage cans go, is there a second floor above that area?
Well, it's just a wing. It just extends out, so there's nothing
What is
above
the
it. But
wing- Is the wing just the fin? Does it go up 2 floors?
Yes, I mean-
Nothing behind it on either floor?
So it goes up.
And the concern was the height of that fin wall.
Yeah, well, the concern was the height and jutting out
Lighting, you said, right?
Lighting, yeah.
Light.
So if it was only as high as the garbage cans, it would accommodate the neighbor's problem, and you'd still have the screening.
That's true.
But you could do that with or without your variances, right? So it's still, in my opinion, it's better to do a private undertaking with the neighbor. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. We're good. Okay.
No, it would miss. If you look at the site plan and look at the setback line, it would miss. Madam Chairman, I'm reluctant to change the elevation today. I don't think that's our role. I think there's a better solution, and I think you can negotiate it with the owners without precluding some measure of screening for the garbage, which is what you tried to do, and I agree with you. I think it's the right thing to do. I note that there's no objections from the TRCA, and so I'm going to recommend and move a motion of approval without conditions. I think that this is a reasonable solution to development on these lands. I personally don't want to preclude your flexibility in negotiating the garbage area with the neighbors. I don't want to adjust your elevation drawings, so my recommendation is without any conditions.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Okay, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Chang. All in favor? The application is approved.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to item 42. Bears. Opposition still here? Can you come to the side, please? Here and grab a seat. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, correspondence from 676 Beresford Avenue. Item. Okay, we need your name, please.
Mario Silva, good afternoon.
Hi. Can you do a brief presentation because you have opposition?
Sure. So basically, this is a two-story rear addition, and we are asking for, there's 3 variances, but in essence, there's only 2, which is the building depth and parking. Parking, there is no opportunity for parking, so unfortunately, this is not going to happen. Building depth, we are asking for 19.52, and we are allowed 19 meters. Now, the reason for the extra depth is because we are retaining the existing back wall of the existing house and just building beyond that in order for them to save money. They just purchased the house and money is tight. So that causes us to go the extra length. But we have a neighbor further south, which is number 666, and they got approval for 19.97 in August 2017. So this is in line with what's happening in the neighborhood. We comply with setbacks and density. So our only variance is building depth.
Anything else you want to add, or good?
No, I think
Any questions before we go to the opposition? Okay, so we'll hold questions. We'll hear from the opposition and we'll come back to you. Hi.
Hi there.
We need your name and address, please, before you start.
My name is Jamie Lackey, and my husband and I own the house at 676 Beresford. Yes, just to the north.
So you have 5 minutes.
Great. I have one concern that we didn't address out in the hallway between ourselves, and that's the length of the house. I take great pride in growing all of my own fruits and vegetables in my own yard from May to October every year, and unfortunately, the house to the south, the length of the house to the south is going to significantly cut off my fruit garden that runs along a fence between our properties. This is something that I really enjoy doing and I don't want to lose out on. So my concern is the length of their house, and that's it. Yeah.
Can I ask a question about that? So
Yes.
I was trying, it was one of the things I was looking at in terms of how this compares to neighbors.
Sure.
And you said you're 676?
Yes.
How far back does your house go? I can't tell from the survey. It looks like it's going to be about the same length, but is that?
Right now, the backs of our two houses are almost identical. The back of 674 has a mudroom attached to it, so the back of that mudroom is now in line with the back of our home. I guess the mudroom is approximately 8 feet from what I understand. So they were tearing down the mudroom and then building the extension from the original brick house. That was my understanding.
The addition will go further deep into their lot than the mudroom, is that?
Yes, it would go an additional, so right now the mudroom is about 8 feet long, and that lines up with the back of our home, approximately. They're talking about going an extra 10 feet from that, so it would end up being about 18 feet addition in total.
You can't tell that from the plans unless I'm reading them incorrectly,
No,
right?
there isn't, unfortunately, there isn't a drawing that shows this lady's house in this proposal, but if you look at, I'm guessing, if you look at the ground floor plan, the mudroom is not as wide as on their house. The mudroom is not as wide as the house, right? It's smaller.
I believe it's a little bit narrower.
Their drawing, their ground floor plan shows an indent, and I assume that's where the mudroom is. And then the very large area that with the walls that are open and not filled in, that's the addition. I think that goes, all of that goes beyond your house. Is that correct?
The mudroom addition basically lines up right now with the back of our home. I have a picture. It's not very good. I can show it to you.
Yeah, please.
Right. Our house. 4, and white siding is the mudroom addition that they're. So where their house really starts is this brick, and they're. It's hard to see. I'm sorry.
Mudroom, yes. And then if you look at the ground floor plan, he's rebuilding the mudroom, I believe. I'll ask you when you come back, but
Pardon me, I don't know how to explain it.
They're having.
Okay.
But I'll give you a bit of extra time if you need it.
it looks to me as though the new house, if you look at the ground floor plan, there's an existing and new line.
Yes.
And the proposal goes 22 feet, 5.5 inches back beyond what's there now. So that would in fact be property that you're concerned with the block of selling. That whole area is longer than your house.
Absolutely.
So to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Correct. And I heard just now that they're planning on having a flat roof, which also impedes the sun. The sloped roof right now, when I look at my neighbor's backyard, the sloped roof in the sun in the summertime starts here and comes all the way across the yard with a flat roof, and that I'm not sure that that's not going to block even more for me.
And so what kind of relief are you looking for.
I understand that this is Toronto and people are building giant houses on my street. I understand that everybody wants a big home, and I'm not arguing with that. I would just prefer not to have the variance accepted. The 0.52 meters that they're asking in addition to what's already legal, I would just prefer not to have that.
Are there any additions that you're aware of in that block, in the area, that are going, or the depth of what they're...
Absolutely.
As to be some, like 666 and a few others.
666 has been empty for over a year and a half now. When the original owners sold the house and they did the renovations on it, and it's a terrible example of a house on our street. Everybody hates it. Literally, it's been listed for a year and a half and there hasn't been a single offer. The house goes back too far. It's too large. It has a giant patio that overlooks everybody's yards. It is not a good example of a house on my street.
And how does this, in your opinion, compare to 660?
Actually, I think it's a lot better. I don't mind their plans at all. I don't begrudge them the house of their dreams. I think they're lovely people. I wish them all the happiness. I just want to be able to grow my food in my garden in the summer. How big is my farm? Mike, can you come and answer? Yes. Right now I use my front yard. I also use part of my patio that's up against my house. I have fruit trees in the backyard as well as berry and fruit bushes that go along the entire length of the fence between me and my neighbors. I'll show you, I'll point on the picture here. Right here is where my garden starts. It goes all the way back along the fence and it opens up into the yard. So it starts very, very close to the back of our two homes. Yes, sir. I understand that. I would honestly, I would fight for every inch I could because it means hours of sunlight for me.
How deep your house is, how long your house is, roughly?
Sorry, my husband knows all the numbers better than I do.
Want to come and talk?
If he could come up and say.
Can I just have your name for the record?
It's Mike Lackey. How deep the house is?
Yeah.
I'm not
sure. The bylaw says that the building has a maximum length of 17 meters, and the gentleman that's before us is asking, we vary the bylaw to allow him to have 19.5 meters. I was just wondering if you know how long your house is.
I don't. I don't know.
Do you have the... We have the survey here. Hold on. Do you have the survey? It's a very old survey that we have of our home, so...
Oh, yeah. I think we got the answer on Google.
Okay, thank you. Sorry,
Okay,
not prepared.
Questions of the speaker, panel members? No? Thank you. If you want to grab your seat again, and then if we can have you back to speak to the issues raised.
Okay, the addition is only about 3 meters beyond their rear wall, as you can see on the survey there. Currently, the existing, there's an addition there, which is the mudroom, which will be demolished, and we are retaining the brick. We are retaining the brick portion of the back wall. And the addition will start from there, and it's, as you can see, 6.8 meters. Yeah, the mudroom is where you see those steps and where you just pointed. So they do say that they have patio in front of their rear wall, so even if they were building or if they were planting anything along the property line, with the fence is going to block whatever they plant there anyway. So I don't see that how that's going to affect them other than...
Tell me, if you complied with the bylaw at 17 meters, where would that be on this?
17 meters.
Variance for length.
I think if you see the existing up to the brick wall is 12 meters. 12.6, I think, if I'm reading it correctly. That's the existing brick wall.
How much of that?
That's the balance. If we have 12.6, the balance will be 6.8 meters. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, the reason for the extra building depth is to not demolish the existing portion of the house, which has an indentation. So we comply with the density, setbacks, and in my opinion, this is a minor variance because we're only asking for 0.52 above the 19 meters that we are allowed. And the neighbor to the south got approval, as you can see there, for 19.97. So we are in line with other development in the area.
Any questions?
There is no parking. Street parking from the city. There's no opportunity for parking, so this is not something we can do much about it.
Questions?
I'll ask you, the difference between building depth and building length is that one is measured from the setback line and the other is measured from the front of the building, right?
That's correct. In this case, they're both being measured from the same front. Yeah, we're allowed 19 meters. Right. Yeah, so as you can see there, in the middle of the site plan, there's an indentation which narrows the floor plan. And that's what's taking out our space that we need in order to satisfy them, their requirements. We had to make it extra longer.
Build that in, you could actually make the building shorter.
Yeah, we could make it shorter, but we have to demolish the back portion of the existing house, or the brick.
Add to it.
Sorry?
Remove part of the wall and put an addition on the side.
Right, but like I said, the money is tight on this project, and I just purchased the house.
All right. Questions?
Have you had any discussions with other neighbors? Yeah. So
The neighbor on the south, they have no concerns.
it's the light
they're
issue,
deeper.
right?
They're at 19.
The sun.
You said the neighbor on the other side is 19.
The neighbor on the south side?
You said, right?
Sorry?
Did you say the other neighbor's at 19.97?
That's correct. I've got the file number there that your member here can verify.
Oh, is that two houses down or the immediate neighbor?
I believe it's the third house from...
Okay.
So,
Well, it's... Yeah, there's actually...
Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay, take it into committee then. All right, discussion. And
Yes, the options before us, if you use the variance, they can still build out to, sorry, bylaws, right? 17.
is that a motion? If you would like to try a motion, go ahead.
So I'll have a motion of approving, allowing you not to have the parking. But because of the neighbor concern is a very valid point. At 2.5 meters, the question is whether to save your money or to save a plan. So I'd rather to choose to save a plan, to not allow for number one and not to allow number one, but only allow for. That's
Basically, you want to refuse variances 1 and 2 and approve 3 and 1, is that right? Okay, so that's the motion before us. Is there a seconder?
I'm going to second that motion. I mean, I know you've given us one example at 666 that received a variance. I don't know the details of exactly what happened in that situation. It looks like the building adjacent to 666 is a little longer, maybe. So maybe the impact was less, but in any event, I think the impact here of granting the variance at 19.52, 55.
Yeah, that's minor.
I believe that it's not in keeping with the houses in the immediate vicinity. 672 and its attached neighbor are quite short in length and depth, and the neighbor that's here today as well. So I think the impact not be minor, and I'm...
Well, it is minor because...
So in my view, it's not, so I'm going to support the motion to refuse.
Okay, so I have a motion to refuse variances 1 and 2, approve 3 and 1, moved by Mr. Cheng, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, I'm going to dissent. So that's the approval. So you're approved for the parking, but not the length depth. Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you do understand what's happened or not? Okay, great. Okay, so we will now go to 48, A, B, and C, 128, 130 Davisville. Okay, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, existing and proposed site plans, copy of the draft plan of survey. We have a streetscape photograph of the subject property. We have a covering letter from Mr. Newbar, the applicant, Neubauer, I should say. We have previous decisions that affect the property from committee, email correspondence from Bell Canada, as well as policy and analysis for city planning, staff report, engineering asks for conditions, and then if have standards. Can we have your name, please?
Peter Neubauer, and this is my sister Celia.
Okay. Do we need a present panel members? No? Alrighty. Are there any questions?
This just looks like it's fixing a long-standing challenge.
Your grandmother got this with probably less trouble back in '85, but unfortunately, and got approval for this, but unfortunately she had a stroke before she could actually sever. And we didn't know that until 2-3 years ago.
So not sure what my colleague says, sounds and feels just like a technicality.
Yes, that's all.
Trying to fix.
That's right.
One question. I'm not clear on the rear yards. There's 2 parking spaces. Could you tell me how you access those and
Through the laneway to
on the side,
134.
on the east? Laneway on the east?
That's correct.
Okay, and then what is that's on one of the properties, and then the other property, there's no there is. There's 2 parking at the back.
Mr. Nipfel, I find it ironic the city has had us go through all this parking stuff. Nobody parks there anyway because you can't drive down that laneway unless you had a little smart car or something, mini minor or something. It's
or bicycle.
Nobody or bicycle. And yeah, that's what you'll see there. Bicycles on the
Is
fence.
the backyard? Is the entire backyard paved?
Sort of paved. At the very back, it's grassed, but no one parks there. But it had to be done, so here we are.
Okay, any other questions? No? Okay, let's take it into committee.
I'm quite sympathetic to the plight. I think this is just a long-standing kind of challenge, legal technical challenge. Fix.
All right, do I have a seconder, including the engineering conditions and the consent conditions, right? Okay, so a motion by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Niff. All in favor?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Approval was the whole package, right?
Oh, is he ready? Yes. Yeah, okay, so we'll go back to 45, 127 Campbell. Okay, I'm not going to read through everything.
Yeah.
Just tell us what's happening now.
So I can confirm that we can accommodate the full parking, and we can accommodate the 25% soft yard landscaping as well. We'll just shift it around.
Okay, so what are we doing with the variances then?
So 3, 4, and
removing.
1.
Yeah, so we remove 3, 4, and 1 of the old bylaw.
Oh, terrific. That's amazing.
Okay, so variances 3, 4, and 1 are removed. So we're looking at the revised application. So for FSI setback only. Are we ready?
I'll bring a motion for.
Okay, grand. Okay, so motion to approve with those amendments made by Ms. Valentini. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Mr. Nipfel. Okay, Mr. Cheng. Well, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? Okay, so that's approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
That was a good solution.
Okay, so now we're at 49. 211 Wheeler. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a copy of the draft plan of survey, correspondence from LEMCAD Consultants. We have email correspondence from Acting Coordinator Permits and Transportation, staff reports from Community Planning, Engineering. The Urban Forestry is asking for condition number 3 on Part A, and on C, they're asking for 1 and 2. If we approve it, there'd be consent conditions as well, and we have correspondence in opposition from 320 and 318 Lee Avenue. And you don't have any objectors here, right?
No.
Okay. So is there anybody here that wants to speak to 211 Wheeler that came late? Okay. All right. So do we need a presentation or can... Okay, I think we're okay. Yep. Do we need a presentation or can we go to questions? All right. So, have any questions?
Of the recommendation from the planning?
Yes.
The height of the wall.
Yes, we've dealt with planning. We revised our drawings to accommodate their concerns. Actually,
Drawings we have on file are the ones that you negotiated with planning?
correct. And I do have, late last night, I received the 2 adjacent neighbors' support letters from either side.
Okay, as I've said before, I'm repeating it, especially you, you're here all the time. Okay. All right, well, from now on, I really need you to go see them earlier, okay?
Easy take.
I appreciate that, and I promise you that I will.
I'll hold you to it.
Okay.
All right. You want to see?
You've got some correspondence in opposition, right? So maybe you can help us through that.
The opposition, I guess, is to the rear of our property on Lee Ave, and they're talking about privacy issues, which I have an overhead view. How we would even be able to see them through those mature trees. Correct. The balconies, so we did tear back. The only reason we have those balconies is because planning advised us to shift our second and third levels like a wedding cake kind of situation. The terraces are very, very small. They're more to bring in fresh air. They're not really meant to even have a chair there. Some of them are like a foot or two. So it's more for an architectural look as well as accommodating the concerns which planning had to tear back the second and third floor.
Your third floor, if I'm reading it correctly, is only 1 foot 4 inches or 1 foot 4.5 inches.
Basically correct.
It's sort of a
it can't be even
balcony on steroids, right?
It's basically is just like a kind of like a Juliet balcony, more or less.
Juliet balcony.
Any other questions? Okay, so we would like you to come up front, sir. And are you a neighbor?
My name is Peter Carver. We own a house at the end of the street. It's actually a triplex at the end of the street.
We need the address.
218.
Okay, so my colleague would like to hear why you support this.
Well, first of all, I'm also in the real estate business, so I'm kind of predisposed to or in favor of development. I do live in the beach still. I did live in our triplex for a number of years. And when I lived in there, the neighbor across the street had 2 young kids, and he grew up in the neighborhood. In that house that he then took over from his parents. It's a great place, a great dead end to raise a family. And I think if we can bring more density into the beach, more density into a neighborhood like this that fits with, as long as planning and meets everybody else's requirements, I think adding housing into the neighborhood is great. And I think if we can get more houses in this dead end, it's a great place for people to raise a family. And we all know about the housing shortage in the city of Toronto. I don't really particularly see the issues with the design. I think it fits in with the neighborhood. And as in respect of the neighbors behind, I can't really speak to that. You guys will have to address that. So I came in just kind of curious to see what the reaction was going to be, and said I'd read the application when it came in the mail. I thought it was a good idea. I was coming downtown anyway, so I decided to have a look and see what's going on. And I was chatting with the gentleman and listened to how he had reacted to planning's concerns, and I thought it sounded like an appropriate development for the area. So I said I would support him if necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? The agent.
All 3 houses are virtually
Yes.
Since you've got a variance for front yard parking, is that a common occurrence in this part of the?
It is consistent with the neighborhood. The funny thing you should ask is our original design had an integral garage, which the planning department made us remove, which I thought was strange because it did accommodate the car, and she suggested that we provide a parking pad instead, which we did reluctantly because I didn't think it made sense at the time, but in order to satisfy planning, I made that change.
The engineering comments about the slope? Did you see that?
Yeah, we will have proper slope. It's for a parking pad. Yes, we will accommodate that.
Part of a condition?
Reasons you may have an objection to the balconies because, excuse me, if you look at the floor plans, they really are small. You've never come before this committee with balconies that were that small before. I think the problem here is that the rear elevation projects a very high building. It's basically 3 full floors and then a third of a basement, and it gives the impression of rather dominant building wall to your neighbors behind. It isn't the same at the front. There's been, I think, a bit more care taken to the elevation at the front where you've used pitched roofs and sort of a dormer to kind of address the height. I wish you'd applied the same kind of approach or the same kind of care to the rear elevation, and I would guess that you wouldn't have had the objection about the balcony. I don't think the objection is the balcony. I think the objection is this is a really big building in the backyard. And it is. It's a very tall building. And whereas I don't think you're asking for a variance that I could tie it to, I would encourage you to change the approach that you've taken to the elevation of the third floor. I think it's making a tall building look even taller.
We did have, we were trying to center that third floor, but where the staircase landed, it was almost impossible to do that. And in order to create 4 bedrooms, that's what our challenge was. Because it is pushed back quite a bit from the front.
Well, I think there's some options to improving the rear elevation. I doubt very much that rear elevations are going to be included as conditions. I don't think anyone's asking for that. So I personally would encourage you to have another look at the way you're dealing with the elevation of the third floor at the back, because I think it's pretty imposing. And it's not a big building. This elevation looks like a much bigger house than it really is.
Variance. Variance. And 10. I'm always heartened when I see proposals for intensification in areas where I think can accommodate. I notice this isn't part of Kingston, so there is good transit in the area. There's can achieve density intensification. I'm quite
I agree. Often when we, especially in the beach area and other areas, when we see consents, we do see variance for undersized lots, frontage, overall lot area, and you've complied with that here. So normally I get concerned when I see large infills on lots that don't meet the lot size requirements, and you do here. So That's a good thing.
I'm happy to move a motion to approve.
Just a quick question, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do you want us to do 49 ABC first and then 50 AB, or do you have a preference? Well, it's just the forestry conditions are, I think, different. That's planning and engineering, I think, are the same. I trust you. Yeah. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Okay, there you go. So, Mr. Clay, you're up.
No pressure.
Move a motion for all that stuff. To approve both the consents and the variances for the subject to the
Planning?
forestry and planning.
So,
Engineering.
so for forestry, we have for 49A, it's condition 3. For 49C, it's conditions 1 and 2. And then for 50A, it's number 3, and 50B, it's 1 and 2. Okay? You're okay with that? Yes, that's what you said. There you go. Okay, who would like to second? Okay, so moved by Mr. Klazak, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? So it's approved.
Thank you very much. Have a nice night.
Don't forget.
I won't.
Okay.
Because you won't. Yeah, and electronically.
And electronically.
Friday before the hearing.
Like way before.
The Friday before.
Start walking the street a couple months before. Okay, item number 53, 290 Major Street. All right. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the August 14th public hearing and the materials that were considered at that time. Copy of the plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have staff reports from community planning, ask conditions, and forestry's ask condition number 2. We have correspondence from the Harvard Village Residents Association. Can I have your name, please?
Hello, my name is Sean Galbraith. I'm a planner here on support of the application.
Okay, do we need a presentation, panel members, or can we? No? All right.
It was deferred?
It was.
Yes.
From last time, and subject to consultation.
Yeah, it was deferred.
Resolution of issues.
Harvard Village was opposed last time, and now
Yeah.
there is.
They had concerns. We had really good meetings with them, and the resulting design is one that they really like.
Good.
We were from the planning comment to include privacy screen is actually already in the drawings.
Oh, okay.
Yep, so we're good with it. So the architectural design has completely changed. It went from sort of a faux Victorian-ish to a bold modern design because it has a very prominent location as the entrance to the neighborhood, and the neighborhood wanted something striking. It's the original design had peak roofs in the front. Those have been removed with step backs, so that creates the wall height variance. We've removed 2 parking spaces, so that creates the parking variance. The length has increased a little bit, but not much. And the density, I think, was tweaked a little.
How many units, Sean?
It's 4. It's a 4-plex, all 3 bedroom units. So 12, all 3 bedrooms, yes. So it's 12 bedrooms in total. It's a great little missing middle project, I think.
Done before us now with 2 dramatically different approaches to development of the site. Could you speak to your personal view as the architect or planner on the 2 alternatives?
Be happy to. So the original design was sort of designed to the bylaw. We were looking to minimize the number of variances. And the design was based on around that idea, thinking that the community might respond negatively if there were a lot of variances, or frankly, if it was even a bold architectural design. And we were wrong about that. And we're pleasantly wrong about that. When we met with the Residents Association and neighboring residents, we were quite pleasantly surprised that they were embracing modern design in their neighborhood that complemented what was existing and wasn't trying to copy it. They liked that it was a fourplex very much. They liked that it was multi-unit residential. And they liked that the architecture firm that we're using puts a high priority on environmental features and environmental sustainability, which this building will have. It was an entirely positive outcome. We're very happy with it.
Questions? No? Okay, we'll take it into committee.
Great, I think, addition to the neighborhood. We've all been looking for density, missing. This looks like trans, most walkable retail and service.
Is that a motion?
Sure, let's turn that into a motion. I'll move to approve this. The conditions? No.
There's the planning condition, although they've already done it, but
right.
There's
and forestry.
You can still put it in.
Subject.
If you want to.
Sure. Just keep them honest.
All right, do I have a seconder? Okay, motion moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Chang. All in favor? Okay, your application's approved.
Thank you.
Good job.
Yes, plus
Thank
the
you.
condition, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. If we can just
Forestry
reopen and
too.
include forestry number 2, sorry. Okay. Item number 51, 795 Manning.
Yeah, that's really good news.
Okay, is the opposition still here for Manning?
Wonderful.
All right, can you grab a seat here? We have before us a copy of the minutes from the September 20th, 2018 public hearing and the materials submitted at that time. Copy of the plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevation. Covering letter from Franco Romano, the agent, dated October 25th. We have staff reports from permits and parking. We have forestries asking for conditions 2 and 3 on part 1, and on part 2 they're asking 3. We have correspondence in support from 812 Manning, and opposition from 793 and a half. All right.
Good evening, Franco Romano here on behalf of the owner. So what I have on the screen is a color-coded map, and all I've done is I've looked at Manning Street, the adjacent street, Clinton, as well as Euclid. So Clinton is to the west, Euclid is to the east. So we'll see that the subject site shows up in a different color on the overhead than it is on my screen. I'm colorblind though, so it shows up as purple there. And you'll see there's an X in front of it. So the current site is 13.64 meters in frontage, and that is the largest lot frontage in that area. So what you're going to find, even just looking at Manning itself, 88% of the lots on Manning are 6.8 meters or smaller, and the proposal is at 6.82 meters. So the proposed severance is in keeping with the urban fabric of the neighborhood, both at the immediate level and the broader context. The color-coded here is floor space index. What you'll also find is that the floor space index that's proposed is also in keeping with both the immediate context and the broader context. The yellow I do not have statistics for, which is up in the upper right-hand corner on Euclid a little bit, some of those lots. But the blue is greater than 0.9, and the proposal is at 0.92. So what you're going to find on Manning is just in this block, and it's not a large block, but the FSI is up to 1.53 on the block. And that includes 0.97, so proposals that are larger immediately to the north. So the abutting property to the north, one of the objecting property owners, has a larger floor space index than what's being proposed for the subject site. Contrast that with the existing condition. The neighboring property to the north is at 0.97. The existing condition is at 0.6, 0.61. So that relationship with some variation in floor space index from one property to the next is a common condition that we're going to find not only on Manning, but on other streets. In green are properties, so the green and the blue are properties that are above 0.6. So that is the prevailing floor space index character of the area.
Just so I can understand that, I just want to make sure I've understood what you said. Everything in blue is around what you're proposing.
0.9 and larger.
And larger.
It's
Green
yes.
is 0.6 and above.
No, above 0.6.
Above 0.
Above 0. So 0.6 is the. I'm just using the base permission because you are allowed. You are allowed in the under the former bylaw and the new bylaw, 2013 bylaw, to go 0.69 with a rear addition, but I didn't want to complicate things. So I just kept it at what is above 0.6.
Okay.
So that's everything that's green.
But it's
So
below 0.9 then. Between 0.6
green is below 0.9 and above 0.6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
The upper right-hand corner, Follis down about 8 properties is yellow. That's what I was referencing as yellow. I don't have statistics for that. It didn't show up in the statistics that I was looking to get. So some of those are going to be, that's same variety there. But thanks for asking. It shows up as green in what I'm doing, and they both look yellowish to me. The proposal that was in front of this panel, slightly differently constituted before, was for a full 3 stories at 17 meters from front wall to rear wall, a full flat roof. So I'm not going to go and compare back and forth. So I dealt with planning staff, and what we did is we reduced a number of the variances, including the main wall, including the overall height. And what you will see in the proposal is that the first floor only is at 17 meters. So there is a length variance, but that's because part of the front porch which is all of that on both, is being included as length by the zone examiner, and that's also where the zone examiner is identifying the front yard setback. Otherwise, you'll see the main front wall of the building lines up with the neighboring property to the south and is slightly back from the neighboring property to the north in order to accommodate steps and whatnot.
The setback's being determined to be to the front of the porch.
It's not actually the front of the porch, it's a portion underneath the porch. Like I was trying to get, it gets a little more complicated if I'm going to identify exactly where it is, but the porch, part of the porch triggers where the front yard setback is.
Does your revised plans basically line up with the frontage of the other houses on that strip?
Yeah, there's a bit of there's an undulating front yard setback. It lines up to the south and is slightly back from the property to the north. So it more or less lines up. Yeah, and both properties on either side. Front porches are a common built form characteristic along Manning and other streets. So this is a side elevation, and you'll see the front is on the right-hand side. So there's a porch at first floor level. You'll see that there's a sloped roof at the front, and I'll show you the front elevation momentarily. That front slope part is at the 10-meter mark. So that's 10 meters that's permitted. Then behind that, you're going to see the third floor is at 9.34 meters. And in relation to the existing, so if any of you have gone out to see the existing, which is a gambrel roof, the side wall does rise to a third floor level. The third floor level of the existing building is 10.33 meters. It is 1 meter taller than what's being proposed here on the side wall. And not only is it 1 meter taller, but it occupies a greater length than the third floor that's being proposed here. The length of that third floor today is over 10.5 meters. It's about 10.9 from my measurement. And the proposed third floor here, it's not fully flat. There's that front slope portion. It's 9.69 meters. That's my chicken scratch there on the third floor. The second floor is 14.18 meters, and the first floor is 17 meters. So it is a tapered building at the back. And
I just want to, you're at 7.5 minutes. I know we want to hear the info, but if you can,
I'm going to wrap up just.
yeah, just condense it a little bit.
There's your front elevation. So the top is at the 10 meters. You see the eaves is at 6.7 meters. So the building can actually be larger, even with a sloped roof, and not have the side main wall height variance that's shown here at 9.34 meters. So subject to any questions, I'll
Quick one. What kind, can you describe the screening around the, can you go to the side elevation again? Can you describe how high and what material there is for the screening of those two decks?
The original plans that I had put through with planning staff had a brick screening, so totally opaque,
side and the back.
Just along the side. Okay. And staff said that they would prefer to have something that is not brick. They said glass. But neighbors have a concern with overlook, and you'll see that that's a concern. But it's a 1.5 meter opaque screening, so it's something that you can't see. The neighbors are looking for something taller. Happy to introduce something taller. And that,
I don't care if it's brick and if it's higher.
I do not. Yeah. No. But the original set of plans that I was ready to submit, planning staff said to add the brick, it adds to the massing.
These people live next door, so they're going to.
Yeah, well, they're going to want a smaller deck, et cetera. But that deck is also set back further from the side wall. So
thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't have the benefit of hearing this when it was first here, but it looks like it's completely different than what you originally brought to the.
It is substantially reduced, in my opinion. Yes.
That's generally speaking the gist of it. Have you satisfied some of the neighbors, the councillor, and planning?
Yes.
I know not all the
neighbors. One thing I didn't.
There looked like there was a lot of opposition last time.
Yes, and I'm sure they'll say that there still continues to be a lot of opposition, but the one thing I didn't describe was that it was 2 triplexes, and now it's two triplexes of an attached condition, and now it's 2 detached dwellings. That was also one of the issues that was raised as a concern. So
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we'll have you back after we hear from the opposition. Okay, are all 3 of you speaking, or yes? Well, I need you to come to the mic, whoever wants to go first.
My name's Tiziano Zaghi. I'm the planner, and I'm the representative of 797. But before I start, my client, Mr. Galpern, has been contacted by other neighbors for reasons, and maybe he should explain, so it might get some clarification on how he can proceed and whether he can bring forward information that the neighbors authorized him to bring forward because they couldn't make it.
We're both 797, right?
But
usually I don't mind if he speaks, but it's usually 5 minutes per.
But he's also been asked to speak for other neighbors.
Are you speaking then or not?
I will speak, but maybe he.
But then I'll only give you a couple extra minutes. Like, do you know what I'm saying? It's like 5 minutes per address, kind of.
Well, maybe I didn't explain myself correctly, but he's going to be speaking on behalf of neighbors that don't live next door.
So he's not speaking on behalf of his address, and you're speaking. Okay, fine.
We're both going to speak.
Got it.
He'll speak briefly on it. I'll bring forward the planning issues on 797.
Fine, and he's speaking on behalf of other residents.
Right, and I just wanted clarification whether you could proceed and speak on behalf of
That's fine.
And who's the third gentleman speaking on behalf of?
All right, so who's starting?
My name is Tiziano Zaghi, last name Zaghi. I'm a planner, and I'm representing Mr. Galpern, David and Karen Galpern, who live at 797 Manning Avenue. 797 Manning Avenue is the residence located immediately north of the subject site. I should mention, because there was a thing about talking to the representative of the applicant outside, and we had a very brief meeting and not very productive, which has been characterized, the relationship my clients had, but also the other neighbors with the applicant's representative. We did meet, to give you a little bit of background, with Mr. Romano, the representative, on October 29th on site. During that time, we raised the issues that I'm going to be bringing forward today. He came back and did some minor revisions, and we resubmitted clarification on those issues. They weren't adequately addressed. We suggested also some recommendations, and those issues remain unresolved. He never got back to us in reply to those. And I'm presenting right now, on behalf of my client, 3 primary concerns that we have with the proposal. One being access, secondly, light and shadow impacts, and privacy. I'll start off with the access issue. I do have a paper copy, and I apologize for bringing them.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard me say it, so I won't say it again.
And I'll digitize them and send them in.
Can you deal with this with the overhead?
Yes, I think I can. One of the sheets is kind of big, but can you see that? So I think this will bring into context a number of the issues that I'll go through. So can I use a laser pointer? I won't hit anybody. But here's my client's property here. It's a semi-detached. Now, the important thing to notice, and here's Manning Road, that's the subject site. That's just part 1, which is the most northern unit. Okay, so what I've shown here and is in the legend is here's my residence, the residence of Mr. Galpern. This is his rear yard. His lot ends here. He doesn't have any access to the laneway. So when we talk about access, since my client's moved in 2005, he's had an arrangement with the existing owner. This is the existing building shown in yellow here, what's presently on the site. This is the proposed building. That's the footprint of the proposed building. Right now, in order to get access to this alcove, the rear deck, and the yard, my client uses access which is shared basically between the 2 properties. And if you look at the photos, and the photo numbers are in there, you can see the gate, which is locked, which enters into the property, and then you could see the access. That's the only access they can get to the backyard while doing it outside. So that's a very important issue for them, both for the young children bringing in bikes. They have a storage area, as well as utilization of the background of the rear yard and any potential repairs of the rear yard. So what they want to do and what they've asked the client to do is to have a joint access agreement registered on the property so that they could have a pedestrian walkway, which would be shared, to provide access to the back. We had that discussion, and right now I think they're showing something like 0.45 setback for the side yard. And the side yard from the edge of my client's building over here to the edge of the property, I think is 0.06. We've asked him to set back his house or the proposed building so that there's total distance between the 2 buildings, the existing and the proposed, is 1.4 meters. That would give sufficient room for my client to move things in the back, such as the bikes and the children. They have an enlarged cargo bike that they use to carry the children. So that's one of the things we recommended, was an easement, and we would work together with them. He prepared a draft easement. We reviewed it, provide comments to him, but he never got back to us on those comments. The photos that you see in there.
Who prepared the easement?
the applicant's representative. Yeah, I have a copy of it if you want to see it, but
It's fine, I just.
yeah, and we had some comments to put some additional information in there, but we never got feedback on it.
The easement wouldn't involve changing the building?
The building would be pushed back, I think.
You have to move.
A little bit, yeah. Right now, we're not asking for a lot of room. If you look at the photos in there, you'll see a curb. I should bring up.
Just back to the agreement.
Yeah,
for 1
I'm
second.
confused now.
So you said the applicant prepared the agreement.
We asked
them, but then you didn't hear back.
No.
Did you discuss this today again?
He didn't, basically, he told us, what was the terminology? We agreed to disagree. There was no discussion. He didn't want to go into it. We asked him, why he didn't reply back, and he said,
Direction from the client, I mean, we don't know.
But it's been a very difficult process, but anyway.
Remind me the width of the easement that you're looking for, what?
It's 1.4 meters, which,
Drawing there, it says one.
the back to the drawing, yes. Oops.
Is it right?
Yeah, that's not information that that plan, the underlying plan, was provided by Mr. Romano at our meeting, and it's different than what he submitted in to the city that you have before you right now. So that's just an extract from a plan.
But to accommodate the right-of-way you're anxious to have, you have to be pushed further to the...
A little bit further to the south, yeah.
I want to ask a question, kind of zoom out a little bit. So is the issue, if they have agree with the agreement that you have proposed?
No, they haven't agreed to any of these.
They have agreed, you wouldn't be here today, am I correct?
There are other issues I'll quickly go through, but they haven't, basically, as far as I'm concerned, and my client, have addressed our concerns that we brought forward at the site meeting.
Okay, so maybe you can...
I'll go through quickly on the other ones.
Honestly, it's kind of about his own private property allowing you to use to share the road, right? It's kind of about that.
Yeah.
It's not really I mean, I understand that the setbacks are that relation, but they can also maintain the current building and build a fence, and you won't get anything at all, right? So what are the other issues?
The other issues
related to planning. Yeah.
Okay. The other issues deal with the light and shadow impact, potential impact on the property. Due to the height and location and proximity of the proposed residence, we're concerned with the potential shadowing that the proposed building may have, particularly at the rear of the house, where you have rear windows that go into the children's bedrooms, the kitchen area, which also has glass patio doors. It's the primary source of light for the rear of the house. And what you can see here on the plan is that the building extends not only beyond the end of the house, you can see where the existing house is, which is just a parallel, but it actually extends right to the back of the building. And if you look at it, this portion here is 1 story. The second story starts here. So about halfway through the yard, you've got a 2-story building. And so when we approached this, we recommended to him that a light shadow study be done to determine what impacts, if any, should there be of the proposed building on the back of the residence, particularly the windows and the door areas to the kitchen.
Where's the north side from your map right now?
The north is up here.
All right.
Up here. So that's north, and that would be the east, and the west over here, south down here. So that was a very important concern because the building, being a semi, is very restricted in terms of site light. There are no windows on this side except for the basement, but there are windows back here. If you look at the photograph, bottom photographs, which are 3 and 4, These are the bedroom windows for the children. This is a dining room window, the kitchen window, and this is the kitchen nook, which also has a window on the side and the glass doors. That's the primary source of light for the back of the building. So it's very important to try to protect that from the client's point of view.
But there is no side yard setback requirement. I mean, variance doesn't include any setback.
But the issue also is, with respect to the massing of the building, they're asking for a substantial increase of about 53% over the standard.
That's a different issue, though.
Yes. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
My colleague has raised exactly the same point I was going to raise. Excuse me. If we had a request for side yard setback variance, then I think we'd be in better position to deal with this right away, which seems to make sense. We don't have a variance request at all. Side yards are not part of the application.
Mm-hmm. With the committee.
You're aware of that?
Yes.
You're also at 11 minutes, so
I'll finish the final.
need you to like very quickly,
Yes.
whatever your last point is, and then if there's any questions.
Right. But there were questions during the presentation, so I appreciate your,
I've taken that into account.
I appreciate your.
Yeah.
The final issue is the privacy issue, and that deals privacy both in terms of the window location and particularly with respect to the large decks that are located on the roofs, the first floor roof and the second floor roof. And I've prepared a quick little sketch. The Galperns property to where the house is located, and you can see the scale of the house there. The rear yard basically is going to be, the setback is something like 0.45 meters, which is like 1.2 feet or so, 1.3 feet away from the property line. So these buildings are going to be very, very close. You have the first story that cuts about halfway through the rear yard. And the second story also is for the balance of the rear yard. So the issue is you've got these large decks on top of that, overlooking the yard in terms of privacy, but also the bedroom windows, which are located in the back. We recommended when we met with him was he mentioned about setting them back, but I haven't seen any details on the drawings in terms of setting these back and whether they're going to be sufficient. But we also recommended that the rails on there be made of opaque material and be increased in height to about 1.8 meters so that a normal person or an average person couldn't stand and overlook the entire property. But we have tried to make a number of recommendations with him, but we've never been able to get any response back.
In fairness, he did indicate that he's been negotiating with planning. He's getting different directions. He had brick barriers.
Right.
In your property. He took those off at the request of planning and put these semi-opaque screens, 1.5 meters, I think. I was going to ask you to speak to that. So you're recommending 1.8 opaque?
About 6 feet, 1.8 opaque. And he mentioned before, I don't know the details, but of setting them back from the side walls so that you don't have an opportunity to overlook onto Mr. Galpin's property. Well, I guess any setback would.
If they're 6 feet high, you're not going to overlook anyway.
Yeah.
So
then that's, he recommended the setback when we met.
Okay, so that's off the table, but you are looking to 1.8 meter opaque screen. Even though it's going to make the building look a little higher, which is what planning, I think, is advising him, try and reduce the visual height by putting something that's a little more open than opaque, but as I said earlier, it doesn't affect the client.
Yes.
I'm just trying to get his need, and his need is a 1.8 opaque.
That's what we recommended for that, yes.
Okay.
So in closing,
Yeah, we're at 15 minutes, please.
you know, as mentioned, our issues were basically the access easement to the rear, the issue of the privacy, and the issue of potential shadowing effect, and having a study done to determine what the extent of that effect will be and the remediation, potential remediation of it. And I also like to point out that my client is always available and supportive of working together with the applicant and his representative to bring this project forward and address the issues.
Okay, thank you. I don't think there are any questions at this point, so if we can move to the next speaker, please.
I'll be very brief. My name is David Galper, and I live at 797 Manning. I just wanted to point out that we had 31 letters in opposition of the original building. The neighbors, including the Seton Village Residents Association, are still very concerned by this because of the size and the massing. I know we're talking about 0.9 being what's happening in all of the area around, as Mr. Romano pointed out. However, the size of this property is one of the largest properties in the entire neighborhood, so it creates a very large building, which is going to have a lot of knock-on effect. Today, knowing that this committee of adjustment meeting was happening, we've had over 10 or 11 new emails that were sent in to Sylvia in the planner's office, so they were not in time, largely because we were dealing with the holiday. There was still a lot of opposition from the neighbors. They have provided me with copies of these emails. I'd be happy to print them and give them to the committee if it's necessary. Our biggest concern was that at the last meeting, the committee's decision was that there would be a requirement for Mr. Romano to come and meet with the residents and talk with the plan. Nobody is in opposition for there being a new build on this site. What we are against is that we are being ignored, and we would like to be heard, and we would like to have something that's built in with the neighbors' approval so that we can at least be part of this and not feel that we're having a giant building pushed onto us. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, how many people are you speaking on behalf of then? The 31, or it's less this time?
I have letters from...
Just today?
I have authorizations to speak from 801 Manning, 799 Manning, 93 Fallis, 801 Manning. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my list. My apologies. Yeah, sure. I actually filled out. Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Brock McDonald. My wife and I own the house at 793A or 793.5 Manning, immediately south of the 795 site. I too will try to be very brief. For us, my wife and I, the issue is mainly the height of the new planned building and the fact that it will come much closer to our house than the existing building. I'll just put this on. I know that there's no side lot easement requested here, but there's a kind of peculiar situation involved here. There's, as you can see, quite a gap between the existing building and our house to the south. You can see David Galpern's house immediately to the north. David's house, like so many houses of a semi-detached nature in the downtown neighborhoods like ours, has that little jog, you know, that little indentation. Saw the photographs that there are windows, you know, on the east-west axis and then windows facing south. Because our house had this large space, about 1.4 meters, or 2.4 meters rather, between it and the existing building, I think when our house was constructed, they took a different approach. We have windows all along that straight wall, which you can see there. We don't have that little indentation. We have a straight wall. Interestingly enough, we're a semi-detached house, but 793 to the other side of our common wall has the usual little indentation. So we have 5 windows along that wall, 2 big double windows into our dining room, window into our living room, window into the upstairs children's bedroom, window into the bathroom, and so on. At the moment, they get a good amount of light. But when the new building is only going to be, a little over a meter away and will be, 9+ meters high, it's true, as Mr. Romano pointed out, the existing building is about that high. But this one will be much closer. And that will make a significant difference to the light that we get in all of those windows along the north side of our house. I know that that's, kind of the bylaw doesn't really speak to an issue like this, but it's a kind of peculiar characteristic of our house, built, I think, in response to the existing structure at 795. So rather, as the Galperns would like the new building on their frontier, on their boundary, to go a little south, we would really be happiest if the building could be a little north. The triplex plan that was rejected last year was a very large structure, but it was one building mass with a little more space to both north and south. Now the plan is 2 detached houses with a little tiny walkway between the 2 houses, and the Galpern house and our house, and a little tiny walkway between the 2 detached houses that are planned or proposed. It really might be better, it seems to us, if the applicant built a semi-detached rather than 2 separate, rather large houses. I'll say no more. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you. Mr. Romano. Can I just ask you, because I'm just looking at who moved the motion to defer, it was actually myself. And so I know it's been mentioned, but specifically you were to consult with the councillor and area residents, so I'm just wondering if you did that or if you had a meeting at all.
There would not have been revisions, Madam Chair, if there weren't consultations. There were numerous consultations, communications from my office to both individuals as well as the ratepayer associations. Early on in that circulation of comments, I got back from the Galperns through their planner that they would not itemize some of the concerns that they had, because I like to go to meetings in a constructive fashion, where there's something that I'm responding to, as opposed to going to the meeting, then hearing some additional comments about what was basically iterated in the documentation that I've already read, and then we start all over again. Well, we haven't really moved forward. So I like to move forward when I do my consultations, but I received a number of communications in return that were disparaging and were.
Okay, so
I'm not gonna go into it. So then I also received communications from other persons that received communications from some of those neighbors, because those neighbors didn't provide communications to me directly. So when I'm dealing with a variety of interests, including individuals, associations, the councillor's office, the planning department, I am dealing with a number of different requests.
I understand, but would it not make sense to bring everybody in one room? And I'm just asking. I mean, I understand that kind of logic is I do communicating based on what I get back, then I see if we can have movement, then I decide.
Yeah, I can have a community meeting. The councillor's office suggested that I'm not a big fan of going out and doing a community meeting and stepping on the toes of the local constituent, the local councillor's office. The councillor's office advised me that they weren't going to hold a community meeting, and that the direction that I was given was to speak with the association and the neighbors. And that's what I did. I offered time. I said that I would meet with many of them.
Okay, so not to cut you off, but and please, no comments from. So the Seton Residents Association.
Yes.
You did speak to them.
I spoke to them, and I can go through.
Are they on side then? Is that what you're saying?
Six emails through them, and I did not receive anything negative from them in response. So same with the counselor's office.
Okay.
So I wasn't.
I just wanted.
That wasn't what I was going to respond to when I was comment in my rebuttal. I was just trying to answer the question.
This is my question. So go ahead.
So where was I? Sorry. So we did have a meeting in October, and I received a response, and then in November I provided a response and said, subject to your acceptance and the committee's approval, this is what the owner would be willing to do. We provided a legal document providing for access. We talked about light and shadow, and on light and shadow, the proposed building is within the building envelope that is permitted as of right. So the only difference is a side main wall, but that side main wall can be differently constituted with an eaves, and the light impact on the back windows is going to be exactly the same, which is negligible, because the back windows face east on the neighboring property, they don't face south. So in my experience, a light shadow drawing that shows similarities between existing and proposed condition isn't really going to produce something that is new or unique that needs to be addressed. In terms of privacy, we had suggested and shown that we can do a 1.8 meter side yard setback for each deck to the exterior property line. And the response that I got on January 7th of 2020 was that they wanted a 1.8 meter tall. And I didn't hear anything about the setback condition. So I'm happy to do a 1.8 meter tall opaque fence. I'm also happy to do a 1.8 meter side yard setback for the deck. So that would be 1.8 meters for part 1 on the north side and 1.8 meters for part 2 on the south side, so that the deck doesn't have a side yard setback in between the two households that are being proposed. Happy to do the 1.8 meter tall opaque as well. So my discussion about the deck is that it is oriented towards the rear. There are other decks. Actually, Mr. Galpern's neighbor, a semi-detached, has a 3rd floor deck overlooking directly into his backyard. So the proposal actually is going to mitigate and be much reduced from what that condition would have. I was actually, my starting point, and sorry, Madam Chair, you threw me off when you asked me that question, because my starting point was going to be that Mr. McDonald has articulated the exact condition that I have been placed in trying to communicate to my client what the various interests are looking to achieve out. And that is, I get people saying, I'm okay with the semi, prefer to have the detached, prefer this, prefer that. Some of those are conflicting. So in my estimation, based on all the input from the various interests, the public interest at large, how planning department has dealt with this, the councillor's office and the residents at large, it's my opinion that what's before this panel today is a much improved, lower scale proposal that does mitigate impact. And with those additional recommendations that I am making, it will further reduce perceived impact of the overlook from the rear decks. So subject to any questions, Madam Chair.
Questions?
Made what I thought was very reasonable. Heard all of the proposals. Do I understand you would be?
I'm not.
I think it makes all the sense in the world. You have concern concerns about side yard setback adjacent to, well, from the north and the south, both sides. They have a large back. It was in fact that the space between your two houses, which is basically not a bunch anyway, very narrow. I hear you say that that's one of the options.
The original proposal was a semi-detached, and I'm right now I have a proposal before this committee for 2 detached dwellings with the variances that are before you, and I cannot make that revision. Well, right now, no.
For the semis.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Can you refresh my memory? How deep is the second floor and third floor? Below the 17-meter requirement for the bylaw?
Second floor is 14.18 meters, and the third floor is 9.69 meters.
And second?
18. Yep.
Any other questions? No? Okay, let's take it into committee. Discussion?
I mean, it sounds like they have tried to.
It's been a while, but I do know this is an improved application before, so although I would have preferred to have seen community meeting happen where everybody in one room to discuss in terms of the applicant did do that. I get there's, as was mentioned, one doesn't fix the other one, or it makes the other one's issues work. Bit of but definitely.
Yeah, from my perspective, I thought I heard the proponent at least try to accommodate some of, not all the concerns, but concerns can always be addressed. Yeah, too short issue landed, whether it landed or it didn't land.
It sounds like an was drawn up somehow. I don't know if it's what's happening with it. But that's a private issue.
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
really
no,
anything for us.
No, yeah.
So I mean, if the applicant and the agent are willing, we're supposed to get that worked out. But it's not. Yeah, it's not for our jurisdiction. Flag, right?
What if it's a private one?
No, it's private. It's private because it's more or less us giving access. Proper. So it nice if out.
Yeah. Because zoning numbers are not good at these things. Basically, don't have the size. Hoping that they're willing to give it. They don't. You argued about the floor space index to kind of string the building. You could probably make this shorter, but height of mass with I mean, it's only that we have on your
prevalent.
Yeah.
As well, in terms of
Well, I'll get the ball rolling and move a motion to approve conditions.
there would be consent conditions. And on part 1, it'd be forestry 2 and 3, and part 2, forestry number. And then plus.
Is it one?
And then if you want to improve condition.
Yes. Sounds like there's agreement on that.
For the 1.8 opaque screening.
And I think you were setting it back 1.8 as well, right?
To the exterior, so
Yeah.
on part 1 it'd be to the north, I think, and part 2 would be to the south.
Right, so
Yes,
1.8 high, 1.8 in, right?
from the side lot line.
So why don't we include,
Yeah, we usually approve 1.5
In height, I know.
height standards, so
That's-
I'm not sure we should go outside of that. Like you were saying 1.8 pulled
No,
in. I
from
thought
the
you were
side.
talking about height.
No, he was
Pulled in.
talking
Okay,
about.
can we
from the
just clarify what exactly?
On the side yard setback of the rear deck would
Yep.
be 1.8 meters from the current exterior side lot line.
Basically, that's where they will build the fence.
oh, not from the wall?
1.8.
Not from the wall, no, because that's 6 feet
That's second and third, right?
at the second and third, yep.
I have a question about conditions. I looked at the previous materials filed, and there was a heritage condition about an archaeological assessment. Is that still relevant?
No, I think that was addressed, so. But
You cleared that
in
condition?
your hands.
They're looking for an assessment. It's in the materials from the previous hearing. There, I think there were, did we mention engineering conditions too, or no? They're here, but I
We
can't,
had
they're not legible.
transportation and
They were engineering, just can't read what, they're in the previous.
Or the boulevard.
Because there were previous, in the previous decision, but can't.
trying to find it. It's tab.
The heritage is embedded in the previous materials. Okay,
Is there a new excavation? Is that heritage?
yeah.
Who is? Not just, oh, because
so.
you're, yeah.
No, one of the conditions that they've been seeking over the last couple of years is to do an archaeological preliminary assessment, and in the event that there is something, then they go to the next phase 2, but it's a phase 1 preliminary assessment. That's what they asked for.
Yeah,
But I can't.
it's illegible.
One of the illegible ones.
Assuming there would
Just
be
to
any.
go back to the heritage, have they done any of that? They haven't started that, so that would apply.
Okay. It would include 28 report. And let me see if I can.
They can't.
I can find it, just
Yeah, I can't.
you're gonna have to
dates
give me a
on
minute.
it, I believe.
I didn't know about.
Transportation. The boulevard.
Yeah,
Lands-
that one we have already,
Okay.
but these are old conditions from the first filing.
Okay.
The other ones. It's quite a ways down in the materials file. Oh, you
can't. This is the one from January 9th.
That's the transportation. And then
Sorry, you're talking about engineer.
yeah, engineering is
concept-
September something, but that's all I. No, sorry, that's the meeting date.
Well, it says received, there's a little date stamped, September 11th.
No, it's planning staff.
Yeah, so is mine, but maybe they're not even conditions. I don't know. I'm assuming they would be. They normally have conditions.
It says page 9.
Oh, here we go.
1200. Page.
I know. 2000.
They have, there's,
Draft reference plan
They
and
would
municipal
require-
numbering. Those are the standard conditions. Yeah.
so we would generally require the conveyance of a 0.22 meters of land to the city to the full extent of the site, lane widening purposes, their encumbrance. There is.
No.
It looks like
As
there's
accordingly, lands will not be required to be conveyed for widening purposes at this time because it's already wider than that. Yep.
Yeah. No, just
the standard reference plan and the municipal numbering.
The north, barrier
8
meters from the north property line on 1.8.
From the
South
sidewalk.
property line on the other one.
Part 2.
Was to be 1.5
height,
meter
in height.
opaque
Yeah.
screen.
I'm okay either way, 1.5 or 1.8. I think if you set it back from the property line, a 1.5 meters is more than sufficient, and that's the
1.5
standard
is the
requirement. That
Well, the one in the middle, that's each other.
Yeah.
And the back, I don't. That's
One in the middle is between the two.
on the edges.
And the easiest is the north and the south edges of 8 meters and the 1.5 meter opaque.
Full floor. Second and third.
second and third. Yep.
Okay, Mr. Claire, are you good with that
Yes.
motion?
I'm not exactly too sure what I moved, but I trust staff to make.
Okay, have you got all that, Madam Deputy Secretary? Okay, who would like to second this? Anybody? Okay, so the motion is to approve, including all the conditions outlined. I think we mentioned forestry, 2 and 3 on part 1, and number 3 on part 2. And moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. All in favor? Okay, so the application is approved with those conditions.
Thank you kindly, appreciate it.
And to the opposition, cards. Thanks for coming out. I would like to take 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we'll go with 48 Annette. So we have 2 applications left. That's 5 because I don't know how long this is going to be.
Whatever staff. I will admit, I mean, I know the conditions, but then I lose track of actually rhyming them off. So.
I think if it needed one, everything on the wrong side. But probably they end up in somebody's hands as the bill.
Yeah, no doubt.
We used to back in the day, actually, like graphic. Like,
yeah.
And then had them in, and the applicant would actually walk out of the hearing with their conditions in their hand, with a notice saying you receive draft until you actually receive your written decision. It is helpful, but there's no way I could do that now. What, the decisions? They'll go up on Tuesday. The results I'm updating as we go.
Yeah.
I'd like to just try and get it.
Yeah, for
move
sure.
on.
Well, you've got these things
I
happening
don't
every
like to
week,
go
right?
back.
Yeah.
Although this is
Overdone.
You were swimming
Fine.
along there really
And
well.
here's my different. But
Yeah.
my mother-in-law.
Yeah, that's true.
put
That is
something
true.
out as- Take it.
I'm lucky. But so in the snow car, just dragging some pavement. Anyway.
That relationship's not going to go very far, right?
Oh, jeez. Oops, I have
Okay. Item number 52, 48 Annette is the opposition here. Okay, folks, grab a seat in the front row here to my left. Okay, we have before us a copy of the minutes from the July 11th, 2019 public hearing, as well as the materials being considered at that time. Copy of the plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a staff report from community planning asking for conditions. We have forestry asking for condition number 3. Correspondence in support from number 54, Annette. We have correspondence expressing interest, concern from 54, Annette. So I guess there's concern. Or I'm sorry, that's K. Yeah, 54, Annette. Okay, so that would negate the support then. We have more correspondence from 67, Annette, 318, Indian Road, 52 and 48, Annette. Can I have your name, please?
Yes, my name's Nicholas Sancho.
Did you do any consultation since this?
Yes.
Or you still have?
You can't make everybody happy, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. But you can make us happy by giving us a nice presentation.
I'll do my best. Okay. I'll try to be timely. All right. So we originally connected with the city back on September 21st, 2017. That's when we started working towards this project. The planner at the time was Catherine Jung. We at the time proposed to put in 3 rental units. We asked to that, however, we would like to build on a brand new house on the existing footprint. And if you take a look at the image of the existing house that's there, you'll see that it's dilapidated and falling apart. And we went to the city and we asked for, this lot is not so large, so to put rental units in, we felt that we could not abide to the proper setbacks that would lead, within the city. So we asked that we would build on the same footprint in order to keep our GFA. The city came back and said to us they would be in support of that if we went with 3 2-bedroom apartments. We worked it out and we made it work, and that also went, with a cafe on the ground floor. We inherited this place before the C of A there. When we closed on it, we inherited it basically, it was a rooming house, but we inherited it as more of a squatter house. We never collected $1 of rent. This building has been in the media, the neighborhood, and I'm sure none of them would attest to that, was not exactly a lovely place to be. It was a squatter house that we had to give the right to the police to enter at any time to get rid of everybody, to the point that we had to board it up. A few days before our committee hearing back about half a year ago, the city requested that we stop and defer, as they identified it that they would like the replacement units to be put back in, that 3 2-bedroom apartments was not content to them anymore. They wanted to go that route for replacement units. We weren't exactly pleased with it originally, but we had the idea as we went along. We worked with the city, and one of my colleagues on my staff, actually, Ashley there, had the idea that we could do something in the way of micro units. We got excited about that, and we started working towards it, and we worked for 6 months with planning, and it came to the point that here we are today. So the first thing I'd like to touch on is the micro units, as we are requesting 10 units. They're noted as bachelor units, each unit being a self-contained unit, but we call them micro units, something that's going on in Japan, China, Scandinavia. It's about, as you see on the image there, smaller units that are decked out with basically furnished but movable parts. So you have the folding bed, slides into the kitchen, and so on and so forth. And that was the idea that we decided that we were going to go with. And I believe that because of, hence the report where we are today, planning and housing got behind us. And that was what the application here is. So when we started working on this, we had put forward, again, we had requested for the footprint of the existing building to be identical to the old for the new one. The city actually supported us, and Robert Orsini, who was then the planner, this has taken so long that we had a turnover on planner, he actually sent us a proposal when we were talking about number of units, saying, well, what if we add a certain amount of side yard square footage? And if you can, so this is actually the drawing from Robert in the planning department, suggesting that we connect the two corners of the house at the side, because it's not so impactful, but it would gain enough square footage on the upper floors in which that, you know, to get us to the point that we could now put, well, we squeezed 10 of these micro units into this place. Speaking to the variances for this today, we have 8 variances in total. We have 3 parking variances. We have 2 restaurant variances. We have tax roll showing 3 commercial uses of this space in the past. This is one of them, and Ashley, if you're interested, she can flip the pages. We have 2 setback variances, and if you take a look at the diagram, if you wouldn't mind putting the diagram on, you'll see, as for the setbacks, the red represents what's existing, and the green represents what we're proposing. So we're basically on the same footprint of what's existing, and we're basically just that little line at the side that planning has suggested. That's really the only significant addition to what is there. In FSI, we are requesting a little bit additional, as we're going from 2.5 stories to 3 full stories. We are asking for 2.27 coverage. However, I'd like to point out in the planning report, the staff report, number 2, it actually states the above grade floor space index shall be limited to 1.71 times the area of the lot. How they calculated this lot in particular is the 2.31 or 2.27, pardon me, is including the basement. Usually basement is not included, as you know, in the FSI, but on this one it is, but 1.71 is our coverage on this lot.
Okay, you're at 6.5 minutes.
My apologies. So
You can wrap it up.
okay, so I'll just basically jump right to it. We'll show you just a drawing of the streetscape existing and what we propose. You know, you can see it's dilapidated, it's not much. What we propose is, if you actually put it up, what we propose is sticking with the city and keeping the heritage front, rebuilding it to what it is and what it was, having a modern element there, and having tree lines along the center of it. And I mean, I guess I'll leave it at that for you at the moment.
Planning.
Yes, sir.
Can you just very, very briefly touch on what the changes are from before to now? Like you made some changes, right, from your previous proposal?
So previously was the same shape, except it had a 3rd floor. Actually, if you pull that last image up of the existing. So as you see the building there, it's a 2.5 story. So we proposed a full 3-story, except over the cube. There's the cube projected at the back. You see the whites beyond the retail at the corner. You see the white sticking out. So we're asking for basically that little angle on the side, and we're asking for the 3rd floor to be filled in.
Couple questions. So the units themselves, the 10 units, are they market or are they social housing or
So there is rental control on this. And before I actually stop talking, like before I say, I'll actually say, you know, I've been doing this for over 20 years, the last 10 years on my own. I've never even seen a city planner nor a housing person show up to one of these. And both Robert Orsini and Adam, I can't pronounce his last name, came here in support of this here.
Yeah, no,
so
I'm not disputing. I'm interested to know whether people of insufficient or modest means are going to get access to these units, and are
So-
subsidized either by
So how we're looking to do it is on the main floor, the one unit on the main floor, we're actually looking to make it a accessible unit. With that accessible unit, we're going to put that as our lowest threshold. That'll be a 60% rent. We have a couple of units at 80%, and then there isn't a rent control on the other units. However, it is the 15 plus basically goes to over 20 years that it must remain rental. And these are small units, so when you actually look at it, how much is it actually going to rent? These aren't units that are going to be like $2,000, but I don't have a crystal ball. I cannot speak on the amount for the other ones. 3 of the 7 are under rental control, yes. Under the under the average number.
And you're in agreement with the conditions in the planning report?
I have no issues with any of them.
So we're going to have you stand down so I can hear from the opposition, and then we'll have you back to rebut.
Great, thank you.
Okay, is everyone speaking? No. How many of you are speaking? 3? Okay. 4? Yep.
Understandable.
All right, okay. Who would like to go first? And please, if you can all cover different points, that'd be great. Have 5 minutes, and we need your name and address.
Yeah, my name is Rita Pak, RITA, PAK, and my address is 346 Indian Road Crescent. I've lived in the neighborhood for 10 years, and my family and I live 10 doors north of this location. And thank you so much for allowing me a chance to engage in this process. I'm going to be reading from my phone because I have a visual disability. So thank you. Many neighbors have submitted their letters of objection, and some of them are here today to show their solidarity against this proposal. I have 3 major concerns about the change in zoning. One is the lack of parking and infrastructure strain. 10 micro units will add strain to the already limited parking on our section of Indian Road Crescent. It's very small. There's already a lack of street parking because of Duke Condos that has 92 units. That's located 300 meters northwest of that location. And then northeast, they're building a 150-unit Junction House condo development. That's only 300 meters northeast of that location, so we don't have enough parking as it is. So 10 micro units is going to require a lot more parking space. The size of the building, a proposed 10-unit, 3-story building is far too big for that corner size. Currently, there's a small backyard, as you saw, and a dilapidated house, which is a detached single family home. And so 10 small micro-unit proposed does not serve the lack of family housing we need in this area. We don't need small 300 square foot Airbnb units, basically, in this location. There is a crosswalk directly across the street. You might have saw in the picture. It's already a dangerous crosswalk as many vehicles speed right through. We have a crossing guard for an hour and a half before school and after school to help kids and families walk across the street safely. And I fear that a large building will obstruct the view of turning vehicles, which may increase the danger that we all face crossing the street when we take our kids to school. So I do want to provide you some background. It was a dilapidated house that the current owners bought in 2017 in September, and it wasn't until November 2018, with the help of Division 11 Police, Gord Perk's office, Toronto Fire Services, Toronto Public Health, and many residents who are here today to actually close down this premise from being a squatting house. Division 11 Community Service Officer Richard Kim, badge number 9313, wrote in an email to all of us that 48 Annette Street has been a challenge for 11 Division for as long as he can remember. And so that's why so many of us are engaged with this today. We've been kind of fighting for a safe environment for a long time. And so the owners of this property has let this property come to disarray for so long, and they didn't really engage with this community for a whole year until basically we got enough people involved. And so since the owner did not show the ability to care for this top property and should not be given a chance to create an even larger property to fall into disarray in the future. My last point is there's a lot of vacant commercial property already in the proximity on Dundas Street West. There is no need for another cafe at this location. Indian Road Crescent Elementary School is just steps from this place. And the history of the landlord for neglect and lack of concern for this neighborhood, I worry about the business that he or she will allow to end up in this location once the zoning permit has been granted. Hundreds of children and their family walk the street corner every day, and we've already been, for fear of our own safety, for so long that I just really would not like to see a commercial property there, as there's many vacant lots available to open a business elsewhere. So thank you very much for your time, and my family and I hope you can reject this application. Sure.
The crossing difficulty that you refer to, is that across a net or across?
It's to cross a net. Yeah.
In front of this building.
In front of this building. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No, no problem. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
I could hear your stomach growling from here. My name's Larry Zaharko. I live at 68 Annette, and I've been there for 22 years. The first meeting I know of was last night. Nicholas called a meeting. I don't know who Ann Jones is. It says that she's the owner, but we've never met Ann Jones or the architect. He says he's the designer, so I don't know. And Nicholas told us that the group had initially wanted to either restore the home or convert it into 3 two-bedroom apartments, but he told us that Gord Perks personally blocked that idea by stating that the building was a 9-room boarding house and it would have to stay a boarding house according to city bylaws. I'm not sure how you count 9 rooms, because there were not 9 livable rooms in that place, unless you count closets and bathrooms. And maybe if you include the attic, which had a couple of raccoons. Nicholas displayed, I guess, an artist rendering of a bachelor apartment with Swedish movable furniture, kind of like what you might find in a slipstream trailer, which is about the same dimensions of the place, where the day couch pulls out to make a double bed and the bathroom and kitchen are cleverly integrated so that one can either do dishes or shower, or maybe take the dishes into the shower and multitask. A very young neighbor asked an extremely intelligent question of Nicholas. Define rooming house. Nicholas said it was a house with rooms. Another neighbor said she thought that a rooming house had a shared bathroom and kitchen. Nicholas overrode that comment by reiterating that each of these bachelor apartments has their own bathroom. He also stated that there were places for one person only, and this is exactly what he said, and that perhaps maybe once in a while a young lady might bring a friend home for the evening, but they wouldn't be staying. I guess that would be better than what happens now, where the young ladies have been known to take young men on a tour out of our dead-end alley. All those men don't stay long either. Maybe it'd be better if they did have an apartment. Although they would have to put in more hours to pay for the rent. And the rent is a problem. The derelict dwelling that some are calling a rooming house certainly did have its share of men who thought they'd hit bottom and found they were only halfway down the razor-filled slide. And that slum was all they could afford. It was not a dream home unless you found your dreams in Tom Waits' lyrics. But it was all they could afford. Nicholas told us that 3 of the 10 bachelor suites would be available at or even slightly below the city's average, which I think he said was $1,000 a month. And that one of the main apartments would be wheelchair accessible. Accessible, perhaps, but none of the apartment furniture and counters is accessible. So you can wheel to the door and then pray to Jesus that you can shuffle with your catheter to the bathroom. None of the design that he showed us was wheelchair. And he said, well, I have a circle with a thing on it. And that doesn't mean it's accessible. Those in attendance were split on Nicholas's idea of a coffee shop. We see that no baking would be allowed, so that maybe they'll order their pastries from Mabel's Bakery and Coffee Shop, which is about 50 yards away, and it has parking. In fact, there are 6 coffee shops within a 3-minute walk, with another 6 where one can purchase quality or even mediocre Java. A new tenant would no doubt love the novelty of living above a coffee shop, the fragrance of a morning Joe, until they realized the first pour would be at 6 a.m. and the last at 10 in the evening. And that's not even mentioning the auto traffic on a street where there's already a shortage of parking and a dedicated bike route. As it is, the drivers do not even notice the crosswalk and just drift through. And if they see a coffee shop, those kids are in danger. Mind you, when someone asked, does he have a tenant for the coffee shop? He said it would be a surprise. For him or for us? Nicholas was also asked if he'd done a shadow study, that if the future building would cast a larger shadow on the neighboring yards. He said, well, the sun goes like this and the roof is like that, and most you'd lose is 2 hours a day. 2 hours is less sunshine in the summer will wilt your garden. Nicholas wasn't aware that the sun, well, it's actually the earth, tilts in a different direction according to the seasons. I would think a great designer of glass houses would be acutely aware of the sunshine. Nicholas explained that this was his first venture in creating a building. And I think he's sincere, and I think he's trying his best. But it's like a writer that has done the first draft of a novel and says it's fantastic. And the editor says, no, you got to make some changes, and he gets stubborn and says no. Teach him, show him that he could. We want this place to be excellent, not just okay. You've kicked out people that are way below the poverty line, and you've put in 3 apartments that none of them could afford anyway. One of the neighbors suggested that you make this all subsidized housing and have a social worker on site. Integrate those people into the community. We're for that.
I can ask you to wrap up.
I have one little thing left, okay? And we do have more condominiums all over the place. And so Annette Street is being dug up again. It's a seasonal thing because the infrastructure is not there. Now we're going to have 10 more toilets, 10 more showers, 10 more washers. That's not going to hold it there. And he says, well, I'm just a small project, but, which snowflake causes the avalanche? Thank you.
Any questions of the speaker? Anyone? No? Okay, thank you very much. Hi.
James Leo Cahill at 54 Annette. And I think just to make a clarification to the record, I was in support of the deferral at the July 11th meeting or whatever it was.
She doesn't give me.
Yeah. So I won't repeat many of the things that have already been said about parking, about the concern for infrastructure, which I think in a neighborhood full of children, full of single families, is our paramount concern. I do want to make just 2 small semantical points. One about the question of what counts as minor. And I think you see the passion here, and you see that what are minor variances at a larger scale seem quite major to us. And then on the question of consultation, we were invited on Sunday afternoon to a presentation. I submitted the flyer to the city on, I think, Saturday or Sunday, so it should hopefully be in the record, a presentation of the design plans. So it wasn't quite...
Last Sunday?
Yeah, for a Tuesday night meeting. So it wasn't quite what I would say is a kind of vigorous consultation, which we welcome. At 52 Annette is my wall neighbor, Laszlo Vargas, for whom mobility issues couldn't be here, but he did ask me to express his deep concern about the west side footprint, that with a building that's now going to be 3 stories tall, that's going to be a significant and very close structure to ours. And then my concern, which has been brought up, is just we're at 54, so the light and shadow issues to our backyard, privacy issues to our backyard, some of those have been obviated now that I've seen sketches. If they stay the same, that the west side doesn't have windows, that's less an issue for us, but the shadow is an issue. I spent a year watching the sun to plant my garden. And then I will conclude let me just see if I got, and then just we hope that the city will hear we are deeply concerned about demolition and the biohazard of the current structure. I think all of us have a little bit of PTSD, and I don't use that lightly with what we dealt with the neighbors, the prostitution, meth, crack, all the terrible things, the petty crime, the major crime. There is an army of rats and vermin living in there, and we're
Just so you're clear, we have no jurisdiction.
okay.
It's all property standards.
Okay, so we will.
Construction, you could, if there's an approval, you can work with the
Great,
applicant on
great.
the construction schedule. We have no jurisdiction over that at all.
Okay, well then I will cede the rest of my.
So if you have any planning, any specifics to the planning, feel free. You have 3 more or 2.5.
Yeah, we have another person to speak. Mine were about the extension of the 3rd floor all the way to the back of the building and then the shadow consequences of that.
So those are your main concerns then?
Yeah, plus the footprint for Mr. Vargas.
Yeah, Mr. Vargas.
Yeah.
Disability, but the house is couple inches on his property. You guys know that.
I do need your name since you spoke now. Sorry, what's your last name again? Heckerell. Okay, just for the record.
But yeah, so it's
Okay.
Thanks.
We have a letter on file, an opposition letter. Yeah.
You mentioned that I didn't hear all the details. Something in your presentation indicated that the way in which the east face, in your view, you don't like the shadow, but you didn't mind the way in which the east is.
Oh no, if I said east face, I misspoke. I just meant the west side, the west facing side.
Sorry, I mean the west side, pardon me.
Yeah.
My question is, if there is anything about the proposal that you find acceptable in that regard, should this get approved, and I'm not saying it will, but should it get approved, would you be supportive of having a condition attached that what you see is what you're going to get? All development has to comply with what you got?
Now, I only saw these drawings at the presentation last night, so I haven't got to study the renderings that we saw. And I want to say that I think a lot of us are nervous about the density of these size of buildings, but in terms of what the west facade looks like, if it looks like the drawings, I'm okay with that. I would prefer it not to be 3 floors, but if it is, yeah.
That, but if it is,
yes.
The way in which the west elevation is.
In terms of its facade, yes.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other questions of the speaker? No, we're good, I think. Thank you. You're the last speaker? Okay.
My name is Ted Losick. I'm the owner of 2753 Dundas Street West / 357 Indian Road Crescent, which is the building just to the north of this property. Southeast corner of Indian Road Crescent in Dundas. It's probably about 100 meters, 300 feet away from the current location we're discussing. We've owned that building since 1980, and we've been in the neighborhood for 48 years, 8 years before that. We're the HVAC contractor, so my presentation will be both a little emotional but also technical because I do have a construction background. I've been actually in front of you a couple of times for personal reasons and on behalf of other people. So as I said, we've been here, I have a construction background, we've owned the building for 40 years, and I raised my family for 15 years in the building that we own. Correct. If you want to look it up, lbheating.com. So as I said, I raised my family for 15 years, and so I practically grew up in that neighborhood. I've seen everything. I forget even just the rooming house and all that. I'm talking about even the prostitution, the drug deals that go on across the street at Watkinson Park on Dundas, right? So you'll excuse me if I see this application as being a little cynical, a little opportunistic, but I will also admit a little strategic. And the reason why I say that, in other words, is this is not about the applicant wanting to build. I don't think anybody here wants to prohibit that. It's about what the applicant is asking to build. That's the big issue here. And in my 25 years of construction, what I've seen is a small creep going on where builders are asking for more and more each time they go to a committee of adjustment. When I went to the committee of adjustments the first time to build my addition in 1999, all I was asking for was 20 centimeters. You know, today they're asking for meters. And that somewhere a line has to be drawn here, right? That's basically what I'm asking, because let's look at what the applicant's asking for. He's asking to build 10 micro apartments. Is that a legal construction term? Is that part of the Toronto building policy, micro apartments? I thought it was bachelor, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. Now we're going micro? Are you aware that the average size of these micro apartments range from 170 square feet to 230, the average being 200? That's the size of a Holiday Inn room. It's not an apartment. That is scary. And my emotion from all this comes from the fact that across the street, there's a building called the Peacock Motel. You might have heard of it. It's been on CP 24, all right? Just back in May. That was a rooming house used for similar situations, what that was being used for. Correct, sir. You know it. You know it, okay? That is my fear when I see this application. Small, micro apartments. What are they going to be used for? How are they going to be used? I thought the purpose of building was to build something better. Are we building something better? The place is zoned as a residential R zone. I looked it up. It's right now, even though it was operating as a 9-room, doesn't mean it was a rooming house. It was illegally being operated as a rooming house. It was zoned as a single dwelling or a duplex. And now we're talking about going from a duplex maybe to a micro room building with a cafe. And I'll address the cafe in a second. But getting back to the micro, I have to correct myself. The micro rooms. My understanding from the zoning perspective, they're required to provide a certain amount of parking spaces. This is where my experience living in the area comes to play. I had to have a street permit when I lived at my building. I saw many a times almost fisticuffs come out looking for because people were arguing for parking spaces on Indian Road Crescent. You're going to add another 10 micro apartments, 10 people. I'm assuming how small they are. It's going to be just bachelors, individuals, but who knows the way this is going. So how do we resolve that issue for our neighbors? Because my understanding the committee adjustments here is for us. How do we resolve the parking issue that we're going to have? One parking spot is insufficient, and the answer of giving us 9 more city street parking permits is not a solution. The other thing that I have from a construction standpoint that I'm really surprised, and I've already touched on it, is the setbacks. So the gentleman here, the applicant, has asked to build this property on the current footprint. My understanding is he wants to tear that down right to the footing. The building code is clear. There is a setback. If you build, tear it down, you must set back. His issue that he's going to lose space is not your problem or our problem. You are not here to assure him a profit on his investment. He bought that property on a risk, and it's not for you to assure him that he makes money on this. You are here to protect the citizen and the neighborhood. I'm sorry, but
I'll give you another minute, but then I need you to wrap up.
All right. So, and I look at how other condos have been built in the last little while. The Duke, for example. There's an alley right behind the Duke. The Duke condo used to be the infamous McBride building. And when they built it, they had to abide by that setback. And that's a multi-million-dollar corporation that built a multi-unit 7-story building. Why is he being afforded that leeway? Finally, I want to address the issue of this commercial property. As I said, I've been in this neighborhood for 48 years, this small. I used to take my dad's checks up to Medlin and Dundas to make the deposit at Toronto Dominion Bank there as a kid. So I've known this, I've seen it all, okay? Take the property across the street on the northeast corner, which I would believe is 46 Annette. There has been a commercial front there since I can remember. It has been for over 40 years a general store, a variety store, an art shop, a tattoo shop, a florist. Nothing has been able to stick as a commercial property there. Right now, I think they're just renting it out as an apartment. There is no reason to believe that this cafe that they're going to propose will succeed. In fact, I'll put my money on it that it won't. Based on the precedent of 46 Annette, it will not succeed. Mark my words.
Okay. I really have to ask you.
Well, no, but okay.
No, we're hearing what you're saying. It's 5 minutes. You're now at 8, so I've given you a lot of leeway.
Well, I saw other people speak for 10, but that's fine. I want to make sure that you guys understand this, because a planner, just like an engineer, designs a house, but what's actually implemented on the street is me who goes out there and does the work. And I can tell you right now, planners don't always get it right.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
Anyone have any questions of the speaker? Thank you. Okay, can I have you back to rebut? And please only speak to the issues that were raised.
Okay, so
Excuse me, I'm object. Is this?
Well, I'm going to find out. Hang on. You're not in a position to object, so who are you?
I would like to speak. My name is Adam Kibetti. I'm the housing policy planner on this application.
Are you with the city?
City of Toronto with CEPA.
Go ahead.
I'd like to speak to the housing components of this application and why staff are in support. Staff are in support of this application as council has adopted a number of motions directing city staff to address the loss of affordable rental housing, as well as policy 3.211, which indicates that a full range of housing in terms of form, tenure, and affordability across the city and within neighborhoods will be provided and maintained to meet the current and future needs of residents. A full range of housing, this policy states, includes rental housing and housing that makes more efficient use of the existing housing stock. So, as part of this application, we've secured that 6 of the units will remain rental for at least 20 years, and that we'll have affordable rents for 3 of those 6 units. The affordable rents for those 3 of those 6 years will be deep in affordability and for 15 years. 2 of them will have 80% of average market rent for a bachelor, and 1 will have 60% of average market rent for a bachelor. Other things to consider in our agreement, I heard some concerns about short-term rentals for some of the for the units. We have an agreement where the secured units will be rented for a minimum of 1 year, or they will have rental agreements that extend to a minimum of 1 year. And as well as a housing access plan to provide those units, the affordable units, to those who have needs to be income tested and those who have needs that will match the affordability. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we all.
Actually, can I ask you one question? How is this considered part of rental stock? I understand that there were rooming units, 9 of them, and now your theory is you're replacing them with 10s. But if I understand correctly, these may in there these units. So how are they considered part of the city's rental stock?
My understanding is that there was a licensed rooming house there up until September of 2018.
So just to elaborate, so they're licensed rooming house, so they're rooms. How are they considered? I consider rental units apartments. So how do you feel that this fits within the need placement unit to that extent? That's kind of my question.
Well, in this case, what we're looking at is One moment here. We're looking at rental housing, and then we're looking at trying to make more efficient use of the housing stock and to create more affordable units within there. And that's why we secured 3 of them to be affordable.
That was the question. The question was the rooming house. In fact, there were 9 individual rooms, perhaps with shared bathrooms. How did you determine was apartments, or I agree with the chairman, how did you allocate rooms? They weren't units available for rent, they were rooms. And
that is correct.
And I have first question, I don't think I got your answer. The second question I have, you talked about during the rental agreement 1 year. Does that only apply to the units that are subsidized?
That applies to all 6 secured units.
Only the 6 units. So there's 4 that don't have that.
There are 4 that are unsecured rental.
So they could be rented.
I don't believe they could be rented on a short-term basis. That would make them
Preclude that.
They would be short-term rentals, and we have the. I believe that the city has passed the short-term rental policies. That is correct. That's why we wanted to secure a minimum of 6 units. They would all the units in the building would still be covered by our bylaw, but the 6 would be secured in an additional agreement. So if there was an attempt to condominiumize them, they would still have to come in for a rental application for any of the units, because there is more than 6 rental units on site. That is correct. And if they would like to demolish any of the units or change any of the units, they would still have to bring a rental demolition application to the city.
Thanks for some of the clarification. And you know, the notion of providing accommodation for people who need this kind of accommodation, I think, is a good one. You mentioned so there is a series of filters that will be applied to people who might live. Who administers that? Like, for example, you said, I heard you say means test, but I don't know if that's what you're planning to do. But who will actually lease these units, and what would be the process for determining who gets them? Like, is it the property manager? Is the city involved in that? Like, who's actually going to make the call on who might live in these units?
So the final call for who gets to live in the units is the owner of the property. Right. But for the 3 rent-restricted units, there has to be at least 3 in our legal agreement. Needs to be at least 3 kinds of tests done. They need to have their T4s or their income tax statement from the previous year. They need to have a passport or some sort of proof of residency. And then the third is they have to have those 2, and then I believe the third is they need to, as well as there's that one. Sorry.
But I think what my point is, so that would be enforced by an agreement between you and.
It'll be registered on title with a.
Registered on title.
It'll be registered on title through a Section 45(9) agreement.
But who checks it as a tenant is applying? Like, is it owner of the building? I think that's the question.
Yeah.
Who's actually going to make sure that, in fact, they're going to be rented as the affordable units that you have set up, these 3 units?
At this time, we have a legal agreement that would require them to do this. As for checking, it's at the discretion of the chief planner, and it depends on the resources we have available.
I still don't understand.
So it's the
you're saying
owner.
that-
Yeah, I get it. I mean,
So
under agreement though, right?
They go and meet the owner, and the owner you're assuming the owner will put them through this filter, but there's no one to check that
They also have to provide us with the names of the tenants
and the documentation.
and the documentation.
There's a regular reporting kind of relationship. I mean, typically, my experience, these kinds of, are in some ways,
Yeah.
right? So that's what I'm trying to get at, is that usually nonprofits or other types of organizations, societies get involved in this. And in this case, it isn't. It's a private development. So I'm just trying to establish whether you're comfortable, the city is comfortable with the arrangement that you have that would manage the tenancy in a way that we're all trying to achieve.
The way that we've set up the agreement is similar to our rental replacement program.
Right.
And that we have these housing access plans in all of those agreements. So what we're doing here is reproducing the same sort of housing access plan on this site that we would have on all of our other sites.
Can I just ask, I mean, I'm looking at the conditions in the planning report, and one of them refers to this section 45.9 agreement, and then you go to appendix 1, and then there's something about the owner covenants agrees to provide and maintain the rental units at its own expense with rents subject to the terms and conditions outlined in the draft terms sheet dated January. Is this first of all, what are the draft term sheets? But does that contain the stuff you're talking about?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All the other.
That includes the minimum lease period, the income testing process for those leases, as well as the size of the units, what the units will look like, how we specifically define affordable rent, and so forth.
So we don't have the benefit of the sheet with all the terms and conditions, but that's what you're talking about in terms of it being subject to the satisfaction of the chief planner.
That is correct.
That's how it's secured. Okay.
And this is the same way that we do all of our rental replacement, except for this case, instead of a Section 45 or Section 37 agreement, it's a Section 45.9 agreement. That is correct.
Chair, I mean, I wonder if I can just get some clarification. I don't know from you or from opponents or what, but when this proposal came forward to committee previously, it was for a 3-unit duplex, triplex.
3 dwelling units,
Three
rear
dwellings.
base walkout.
So that was deferred? Because the community was uncomfortable with a 3-unit?
I'm just.
What was the, I'm just throwing this out there. I'm trying. City, so you were uncomfortable, you guys, the city, were you on this file back then?
That is correct, yes.
Was the city uncomfortable with that use, like converting it to a 3-unit triplex?
At that time, Councillor Perk's office directed us to look at the site, to do a site visit. They had some concerns that it was a licensed rooming house, and we had some emerging policy around rooming houses and rooming house.
We wanted to preserve the rooming house notion, at least for rental.
Yes.
That's what counts.
So we conducted a site visit after that time.
I was just going to add, in the decision, it says that so it was deferred so that the applicant has an additional 3 months to discuss the proposal with strategic initiatives, policy, and analysis staff to make revisions to the proposal.
Which is these guys.
Yeah. And then once that's been done, the second condition, once that's addressed satisfactory and within the 3-month timeline, and then only then will the application be scheduled. And that was. Any other questions? Maybe we'll have you hang around just. Yeah, he has a chance to rebut now. No, yeah. You're Nick, right? I mean, everybody's been referring to, we were all kind of, is that him? Okay. All right. So if you can speak, please don't bring up anything that's already been mentioned by staff and just
Yes, I'm going to just rebuttal to, the gentleman said one word, fear. I've heard that a few times, and there's been a lot of story here. I'd like to just point out a few things. Although we bought the property in 2017, we had a 1-year closing on the property. We did not close on this property till August 2018. As soon as we took possession, we immediately put the actions forward to eliminate the people that lived there. So I don't believe that that was a fair analysis of myself here. There's been a lot of comments, it doesn't matter, but the reality of it is, if you take a look at the shadow study for the gentleman here, we've taken into consideration for him. This was the roof that we originally had in red, and green is what we are looking to do. So we are looking to provide, cater to the needs, so to say. We also had, the best we can. We also had the situation here with, with parking. We don't have, transportation didn't have an issue with this parking situation here. Beforehand, there was a number of people living in this home. At this point, there will be a number of people living too. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't see how many of them will have cars, how many will not. But if transportation doesn't have an issue with it, I'm not certain how else to say it. The reality is, city is asking for replacement units. And based on the footprint here, there isn't anything to do. Like, there's no space to put additional parking on the lot. So I kind of am handcuffed in this situation. Further, I'd like to just comment on the notion about the blocking of the view. Ashley, if you can pull up the diagram again, showing the footprint. Okay. If you take a look at the existing compared to what we're doing, if you look at the angle, based on the angle, it will not, an angle going from, not from the front, but not from the back of where the existing is, it does not block any view. That's, with the existing building, there is no view that can be blocked on that. So, so the red is the existing building, the green is the new. So the back corner and the front corner are in the existing places of what is existing there now. So the view for cars, considering the safety of children, does not change from what's there. Sorry? Oh. Yeah, so from the street side, the back corner to the front corner, neither of them, the view does not change. I would also like to just comment on, I heard it in the last proposal here about talking to community. If you want to pull up an email of that, we started talking with the neighbors and meeting with the neighbors based on the email back in October 2018, shortly after when we bought, that's one of them, after we bought the place conditionally. We also then, realizing that we haven't spoken with everybody, we started putting out the flyers this past weekend. It was holidays. We didn't, this did take a while. It was only right before the holiday season that we got our date for today for this committee. So we didn't have, there wasn't, it was till the wire before we came to an agreement with the building department for this. But we did make the effort. And I cannot control who comes out and who looks at this beforehand and so on and so forth. But in my views, I did make an effort. The last thing I just want to do is comment a couple of things. Robert Ursini, the planner, noted in his staff report here. Surrounding land uses to the east, there's a 2.5-story residential dwelling, of which one contains ground floor commercial. That's right across the street. Policy 4.1.3 states that new small-scale retail, service, and office use that are are incidental to and support neighborhoods and that are compatible with the area and do not adversely impact adjacent residences may be permitted on major streets. Annette is classified as a major street on map 3 of the official plan. I also want to point out policy 4.1.5 speaks to the lots fronting onto major streets and designated neighborhoods. These lots are to be distinguished from lots in the interior of the block adjacent. Hence, adjacency to developments with varying heights, massing, and scale. And just to wrap up, the current production of ownership housing, especially condominium apartments, is in abundant supply. What is needed is a healthier balance among high-rise ownership housing and other forms of housing, including proposed built rental housing. I want to just comment on the last thing. We will have the say, on who goes in there as tenants. Through the conversation, we were pointed out that it is there is a list from the City of Toronto of applicants, and they would like us to look at that. That's a very encouraging thing because you know that there's people that are qualified to pay and take care of it, however it is. Again, I can't see into the future. I don't know how it goes, but there are one-year terms. I would also like to point out when you asked Adam about short-term rentals, which seems to be a concern. Airbnb, they did change the bylaw. Airbnb, you cannot have Airbnb unless you live in the building or you live there. Part of the condition is myself or my partner cannot live in this building. So that is not something, if we're doing that, we're going against our agreement. So that's not part of the agreement that we're looking to do here. I also invited everybody to look at my website of what I do and so on and so forth. I have standards in what I do. We're not looking to do, you see the rendering there, we're not looking to do, the cheap stucco facade, everything that people put, that so many builders put out there. I'm a designer. I run a successful little design firm, and what we do is nice. We've worked with the city. Our idea is to build a solid brick structure compared to the piece that's falling down till today, and to have something there that can be enjoyed. And the last thing I'm going to mention here is, as again before, 2 members of the city have come here to support us on this. And usually it's the people who don't want something. The opposition are the loudest, but we've had many meetings with the community. As I showed you that email going back to 2018, even last night, as some of the members here mentioned last night, we don't want a cafe. Other members said, actually, I like the idea of it. So there's always going to be some people like apples and oranges. Some are in favor, some are against it. I cannot please everybody in this situation. I've done my best. I believe the city is in favor of what we're doing, and as per the comments and reports here, and that's where we're going with it.
We started the clock. We actually started the clock late. So, all right. Any other questions, panel members?
One question. I know the area fairly well. I just wanted to confirm there is transit service. There's bus service along that.
Yes, there is.
Right to the Dundas subway station.
Dundas subway station and Keele subway station is maybe a 10 to 15-minute walk. Yes.
Okay. So it does have access to high-order transit.
Yes.
I think,
absolutely.
I'm with you. You can't determine whether people are going to have cars, but in the absence of not having cars, there is pretty good transit in and around that area.
Right there, yes.
Okay, any other questions?
Sure, I just have another question. In terms of the zoning, you're not looking for a variance for the number of units, so I'm assuming the zoning permits.
Yes, ma'am. We're also, if you look at it, there's not a...
For the variance for the cafe, because it's a mixed-use building, is not permitted, you're looking for that variance, but in terms of this zone, there's no issue with the number of units.
We don't have any variances for the number of units. We have the 2 for the cafe, but that's why we showed that there was a commercial there before, and there is right across the street. The 3 for parking. And then even with the side yard setback, it's only a front yard and rear yard setback, but both of those are existing. So even that side yard that we're encroaching there is not a variance.
Okay. Last, I'm sorry. I know this is an important, you don't have a tenant for the cafe as yet. I presume you're fine.
No, that's not correct.
Oh, you do have...
I just, there's certain things that we didn't want to speak on. The reality is we're looking to do our own line in our own design with our own standards again.
Fair enough. I just thought you didn't have someone to run the cafe.
No, that's what we're working on. That's the idea behind it.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. Any further questions? No? Okay. Let's take it into committee. Discussion.
The application. I looked at my colleagues. If there's anything that you can suggest that my concern is precedent. a massive points, massive. And the reason being that to rent, we need rent. My fear is that every other developer rental housing and massive increase. I don't see anything in what is being requested. This is a unique lens on this particular approach. Agree with increasing rental units. I want to open the door to massive space, that kind of caution that in this particular case, wrestling with it through all of the presentations. I think that presentations have all raised valid points. My larger concern here is precedence. I don't want every other person on properties, massive. The reason being because they're providing rental housing. I think the intention of increasing housing stock could, in fact, destroy the city. This isn't.
You want to comment on that? So I think he mentioned, I'm just asking questions because I have the same concern as well. Well, I mean, I'm speaking and asking, to be honest. He mentioned something about that, when I remember that too, Annette is being a major artery or major road under the planning.
Yes, sir.
So usually from my understanding of the Planning Act is it basically promotes growth and it allows certain level of intensification. On certain roads. So I think Annette might be qualified, but the planning department haven't got time to do a secondary plan on this strip or do a full study on it yet. But through this application, the planning seems to be very supportive with the housing department. Maybe they are thinking of using this project through minor variance to kickstart the process. I don't know, I'm just kind of asking this possibility. I don't think, well, I guess what I'm trying to address is would allowing this development kind of opening the can of worms, allowing other similar cases, right? But I think if it is on a net being, maybe that fear can be kind of contained or justified. That's just my.
The only other thing is the planning department has requested and has noted that it's the above grade FSI shall be limited to 1.71 for the floor space index. I don't know if that.
Yes, the basement is.
Oh, we're actually in committee.
Oh, I'm
So I realize it's it's 2.27, but because it includes a basement unit, like the basement.
I'm sure it's more than 6. I'm just going to weigh in here a little bit. I think I've got a bias that, Carl, you're not going to particularly like, but it's I am of the view that do have an affordability crisis in the city. And frankly, if every neighborhood came out in mass, and I suspect they would when something like this, I think we would get. Well, I appreciate the community's concerns. I've listened to the presentations, heard about what the proposed construction is, some of the conditions that are going to be put in place for tenancy. It is a fairly major thoroughfare. It's not a Dundas or a Keel, but I think it still does qualify as being a fairly significant arterial route, and I don't think anyone wants this in the middle of a established. This is on the periphery. I am convinced that those who will use it may be those who need this kind of housing that can't afford larger places. There is transit, there are services, there's walkable parks, all the amenities that I think people need as part of where they live. And I appreciate the concern about precedent setting. But we've got to break through this logjam of how do we get more affordable rental housing into our communities. And for that reason, I'm supportive of it.
I just want to add Mr. Ching when he's the major streets on the planning report does to that being identified as a major street in the OP, but it goes on to say that lots fronting onto major streets and are in designated neighborhood, that these lots are to be interior of the block adjacent to the street in order to recognize the potential for more intense forms of development along major streets. And then it goes on to cite things, and it goes on to say that in these neighborhoods, such factors should be taken into develop lots. So the staff did look at your concern and what planning report, which is probably why these.
All of the voices, and I find it very interesting that because from his point of view, who is not living there at all, you have this very great idea. City Council, I actually like his idea, to be honest. Before I hear what you said, why not? Great, affordable, social, rentable housing, a nice cafe, very romantic, right? But when you guys brought up what happened in the last 20 years, right? Prostitutions. I kind of understand what you're thinking, how this building will become. There's an open place for people to meet people, and then there's a brand about turning, right? So I kind of get where you're getting. But then after the gentleman from the city explained how they're going to control and all the policy to enforce these units are actually going to be designated to the people who really need it, I kind of feel like, you know what, those are probably some bad experience that we all have in the community, and it happens in different parts of the city. I think at the same time, the government is actually trying hard to decide. You can't have somebody have to start a great project to try it out, but of course we need to govern it. We all have to look at it and see if it's really. I think if this project moves forward, you should continue to watch and encourage what they have brought. I think there are different other systems that you monitor.
So I'm sorry. Sorry, we're actually in committee. I know Mr. Ching's been looking at you, but it's actually in the discussion with the committee. I wish the rules are such, process is what it is. I'm sorry.
So the affordability is kind of, like I said, it's being screened. It's like I can't be qualified to rent a unit.
So
and I
are
feel
you,
like,
because...
Oh, sorry.
Because really we're in committee, because they're thinking you're talking to them.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure they don't get offended.
No,
they
that's
understand
fine, but
what we're talking about.
It's really a discussion within ourselves and then to come to motion. So I'm not
question
sure.
of the...
Yes.
Is there anything that we can add to it? Points raised about an... I'll just reference. That to me would be helpful. Because my fear is, Bellman isn't here. I don't want to have to deal with every little piece of property.
Page 2 and 3
It
the
is
planning
of the planning
report.
report. And I think the planning report has made a very good point about identifying the policy base. That I don't have concern with. Like some reference in any decision that we make is
as it relates to policy for 4.1, do you want 4.1.5?
Well, that's wonderful.
4.1.5?
Yeah.
4.1.
4.1.
There's a number of policies referenced. I just want to make sure that you've got.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. in the discussion here, or are we ready for motion? Okay, since you started,
Just as well, but I'm happy, yeah, I'll move a motion to approve the variance.
yeah,
Staff
there's planning,
Planning.
yeah, the,
Subject to the planning staff.
yeah, and then forestry number 3.
Forest number 3.
And then the
addition that Carl's
Yeah.
suggesting, I think that's a good one. We tie it to policy. It's in the reasons, okay. So I think
But I
we're,
wonder if you might, I mentioned people lose it. But development was concern expressed about north face and community.
that's fine. You okay with this? Okay.
All right.
Just another thing, I'm just looking at the previous materials, and there was a memo from transportation about excess paving in the boulevard. Still applicable in terms of restoring it to soft landscape, beginning at 0%. It's in the materials from July. Requested. Perhaps it's no longer relevant, I don't know. The plan's
Boulevard.
different, so perhaps it's not relevant anymore.
The boulevard along Road Crescent, concrete, it shows concrete on the site plan.
Adjacent to the driveway front, 2 walkway of
Did they have a parking pad before? Oh, maybe because they... Maybe because they were requesting 1 parking space? I don't know. I just noted that there was a prior variance. Maybe.
I saw the rendering.
That's a
had
good
couple
point,
trees
so,
too, right?
yeah.
It's, I don't know if.
Okay, I just made a note of it when I reviewed the volumes of material.
They
on the
didn't
weekend.
resubmit, but
Been recirculated with the new updated, right? And it has changed, so maybe
They
that's
will
not relevant.
it's the right of way, so they will get involved at some point. I don't know if having right of way issues dealt with when there's still construction that has to happen.
Okay. So do I have a seconder for Mr. Clay's motion? Okay, so I have a motion to approve the application, including forestry condition number 3, planning conditions in the January 9th report, tying it to the elevation drawings, and then adding the comments about 4.5.1 policy? Okay. So it's moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Niff. Applications approved those conditions. And I want to thank everyone for coming out. If you can, make sure that you fill in the decision request card, because that way you'll see. Okay, the last item is 1455 to 1475 O'Connor Drive. Just give the.
Thank you.
And it takes me out every once in a while.
Well, I can't get it going.
I found it. But
All right. Is the opposition still here? Okay. You have a seat in the front here, please. And while you're making your way up here, I'll just read what we have before us. We have a copy of the minutes from the August 14th public hearing. We have a copy of the plan of survey, a revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, a planning consultant report from Bousfields, another one from Bousfields again, but from a different agent, covering letter from Michael Bissett, again from Bousfields, latter ones, and a staff report planning, asking for. Okay. So you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Michael Bissett with Bousfields. I'll be brief. We've been here a long time. Just to summarize, it's an application for a 5-story mixed-use building in a townhouse, it's back-to-back stacked townhouse form on an underutilized site, which now consists of a gas station and other automobile-related uses. Last time we were here was August. It was Peter Smith from Bousfields who was here. It was deferred. The item was deferred. There is a bakery which is located to the southwest, which is owned by Mondelez, which is, they make cookies, and they asked for a deferral to discuss noise-related concerns. And one of the letters I wrote yesterday was to advise the committee and of the agreement between Mondelez and the applicant that they have entered and executed that agreement. And I had introduced 3 conditions that if you were inclined to approve the application, that those conditions be attached to your decision. Subsequent to that, the planning report from Nader Kadri came out. And that also included conditions. So my second letter yesterday was to provide a full list of conditions, including all of the planning conditions, as well as the conditions to recognize the agreement with Mondelez to the west. And just in summary, this application has come from over a year of discussions and processing with city staff in relation to a site plan application. Kyle Canuck and Nader Kadri being the prime people who we were discussing with. We had a community meeting in July of 2019, and adjacent neighbors had attended, and people were generally in support. I think primarily they were supportive of the fact that it's, while providing for a modest amount of intensification as a 5-story building, it wasn't necessarily as imposing to them in terms of the residential to the east as a mid-rise building. O'Connor is evolving with a mix of mid-rise as well as developments such as this. There was an application very much like this just to the south of Yardley, very, very close to here, approved in 2018. That was noted in the planning report. And in terms of the gentleman who attended, and we did speak out in the hallway, their interest was, they own the property to the west. I'll just point it out. This is the property here, and they own these lands here. There's a Tim Hortons in the back. This is all surface parking. There's a Tim Hortons and a play gym for children. In this location, they have a driveway approximately right here. And the question from them was, does your driveway align with our driveway? And I would say, yes, generally it does. I can't confirm exactly. However, this has been reviewed in detail by transportation staff and planning staff through the site plan process. So the access location has moved through that process from the south, further north, and now it's at the furthest north it's been, and actually as close as it could be to the aligning with their driveway. And so that has been thought of by planning staff as well as transportation staff through the process. And to that point as well, I would say I don't see that as an issue as it relates to the variances. It is a site plan issue, and it's being addressed by staff. So with that, unless there's any questions.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
So the letter with the 9 conditions
Right.
supersedes the other one, so we
Yes.
can ignore the other one.
Yes,
We only,
that's right, because I didn't have the planning conditions at the time, so I wanted the committee to have one full list, and I was going to hand it out to you, but then Sylvia said, it's all email, it's all by electronic now, so if you have that, it's in the second letter I sent yesterday with the 9. Yeah, I had it as a separate sheet.
9 conditions versus.
Correct.
And then the planning report.
That's the planning report conditions and the ones that recognize the agreement with Mondelez are all in that one attachment that I sent yesterday. So it's a very clean.
50C on the, just out of those conditions, which ones are specific?
1, 2, and 3 are Mondelez. The remainder are planning.
Through you, Madam Chair, in the planning conditions also there was they ask that the fence be built, which is variance number 16. So is that variance being withdrawn?
Well, we're comfortable with what it says is it will be in accordance with what they suggest in terms of what planning agrees to. However,
So if we...
I don't think we have any issue with building a fence, so I think we can withdraw that. We're comfortable with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I think planning's comments, by and large, will be, there will be a fence. It's just to what height and exactly
You
where.
can't say there's not going to be a fence and then...
Yes, so along the rear and then, yeah.
That was going to be my question.
Yes.
To clarify what was happening along the east side between your property and the rear of houses on...
Yes, so the plan had shown some plantings. It didn't show a fence and that...
Well, it does. If you look, probably existing conditions. It was a discontinuous fence. It was some fence and then no fence.
Right.
Well, what is proposed there? The green strip of...
I think the variances at the time probably recognized the prior to the fence being shown. So the fence will be there. There's a portion of it where the amenity building will be, where there won't be a fence. It would be the actual... Well, no, there would be a fence because there'd be a bit of about a meter to the amenity building. So there will be a fence all along that property line.
Why is that one referenced by planning?
The fence? Well, typically it's 1.8 meters, but it's up to planning to determine.
You have site plan control on this.
That's right, and their condition says the fence shall be as it's stipulated in
How wide is the
site plan.
strip in there and how
It's about a meter wide.
and it width?
Just shrubs, not large trees or anything at this point, but that's to be confirmed through site plan.
Okay, and site plan hasn't been given yet. You said.
No, we're in the third resubmission, so we're just about done. As you can see, there's another item with respect to a peer review on the noise study, which is, we've also provided comments back addressing all of those technical comments.
Thanks.
Okay, so I think we'll go to the opposition and then we'll
Sure.
come back, and if there are any other questions, we'll ask.
Thanks.
Great. Okay, are you both speaking? Are you speaking as well? Sure.
Hi, name is Carmen, Carmine, last name D'Alessandro, d'Alessandro. I am the CEO for Surrey Plaza Limited, which is the owner of 1450 1500 O'Connor. Just wanted to comment that we've known Mr. Denari for a few years, and overall, what they brought forward is terrific. Dilapidated gas station to terrific townhomes. It's certainly going in the right direction. Our only concern, and it's not specific, I guess, to what's in front of you today, but our concern is whether or not committee has reviewed the traffic studies, or if there were any traffic studies done. Turning in and out of the gas station, turning in and out of our property was always an issue. And what we just want to make sure that, and the suggestion was if the driveways were lined up, there would be no adverse impacts to turn in and turn out to either of the properties. Once you stagger things, it may become an issue. I don't know if transportation would have comment on that. If they did, I'm not sure if committee would have reviewed that or not.
Just so you know, we have nothing for transportation. If we did, we would have seen it. We only have planning.
So there was a study done, but it was not reviewed, or?
If there was one done by the city, we would have it.
Okay.
If one was done by the applicant, we would have it. What I'm saying is we have nothing for transportation. We only have a planning report.
Would that have been part of a checklist to be done?
No.
Okay.
Clearly wasn't a requirement.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know that we do not have any back.
Would it be a consideration to have a transportation study done?
If it were a requirement, I'm sure they would have asked the applicant to. But
Right.
the applicant's coming back to rebut, so he can speak to that.
Sure, it would be worthwhile to know if there was one done and if it was reviewed. Yeah.
We'll ask him to comment when he comes back.
Sure.
I just want you to have material.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you wanted to add, or
Myself,
is that your
no.
main thing?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I know everybody's tired. My name is Mario Cinelli. That is Cinelli, and I am the owner of Surrey Plaza, who owns this property across the street. I guess my question is, if transportation hasn't made any comments and there's no comments available, can we make it so that transportation could look at and align these two egress and these two entrances as close as possible? Because we're looking for future development on our property, and we don't want transportation to come back and move our driveway because of their driveway being in the place that it will end up. That's our concern.
Can I have the actual address of the property that?
Our property? It's 1450, 1500 O'Connor.
I don't believe that we're in a position to make a requirement transportation study. That would have been done through the process. All the departments get circulated, so transportation would have been circulated. They chose not to give us any feedback. Yeah, that's possible. My colleague brought up a good point. There's a site and control process, and maybe they'll be having to comment that. Perhaps you could speak to the applicant regarding who you could contact, bring up the way.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So yes, there is a traffic study, but it is in relation to the site plan. So the site plan application did require a traffic study. That was completed. This is a 4-lane cross-section on O'Connor. There's no issue in terms of turning movements identified in relation to the access points. As I noted, the access point had been reviewed and it had changed over time. We're more than happy to provide the traffic study to Mario and everybody, and that's not an issue. And I don't foresee any issue. Generally, when you have issues of alignment of driveways, it's in relation to when you see a lot of traffic going across the street. I would think that most of the people coming from this development, if they're going to across the street, would likely cross the street, hopefully at the sidewalk by walking, rather than driving across the street. However, that is considered in the site plan process. And that's all I can say to that. Yes, there's a road widening included in this application. It's a small road widening. No, I think that wouldn't have anything to do with the alignment between the streets. The road widening is just a widening of O'Connor itself. Didn't affect the alignment of, no.
Okay, do you have any other questions of the applicant, panel members? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, just
Madam Chair, with respect to the Mondelez conditions, condition number 3, my suggestion would be that it say something to the that confirmation from the applicant has been provided that they've entered into an agreement, but not actually listing all of the details of that agreement in the decision.
Sorry, I'm getting tired. What do you want to?
I'm just concerned that the condition number 3 sets out specific things that are going to be in the agreement, and I want the city to be responsible for ensuring that those happen. So I think that just having the condition saying that there's confirmation that an agreement has been entered into with the Mondelez and that it's been registered on title. The details of that, I don't know, should be in your decision.
Should we still add the planning report, even though duplicate a couple things? It probably would be good to.
I'm not going to duplicate everything in this. If it's already in the staff report, I would prefer that you include conditions from city staff. But I
would
advise that conditions 1, 2, and 3 are ones that have been recommended by the applicant. So this is
okay. So if there's a will to approve it and we include the conditions in the staff report and then add the wording.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just more concerned about putting in the details of that agreement in your decision.
Right. So you want us to word.
It's enough to just say that they'll provide confirmation that they've entered into an agreement
with Mondelez, that we shouldn't attach the actual letters saying. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. Discussions, a motion.
Madam Chairman, I think this is a desirable development. It's well thought out, been through a very long process. And I were initially corrected. Colleague question. Subject to the planning department. The Mondelez agreement.
Oh, that's confirmation. Okay.
Fine. Okay, 1 and 2 of the Bowsfield letter that was. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve, including the planning conditions, January report, the condition 1 and 2 in the Bowsfield letter, other one in the 50C tab, the second one, and then confirmation that that we are aware that Bowsfield has entered into an agreement by Mr. All in favor? The application. Okay, meeting is adjourned at 10.
Not that anybody's happy, right?
I'm